Okay, let me check. All right, everybody, good evening. We're going to get started, so thank you for joining us. I now call the regular City Council meeting of June 16th, 2026 to order. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving down to item 2 on the agenda, our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. We are now on to item 3 of the agenda, roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Mayor Tave.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
Noting for the record that Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent this evening. Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Interim City Manager Evans.
Present.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, June 11th at 5:05 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to the council, posted to the city website, and are available at the back of the chambers for public viewing. There were revised attachments submitted by staff for items 11B and 12A. Those were also distributed, posted, and made available to the public. Does the council have any conflicts to report on the agenda this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is item 4, convening to closed session. I'm not sure, do we take public comment for, okay, so we'll take public comment on items 4A and 4B for closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have 4 cards, I believe, for item 4B, maybe 5. So we have Kathy McFarland, Richard Kossel, William Horton, and then did you have one more?
Irma report.
Good evening, I'm Kathy McFarland. No to the appointment of Naomi Kelly for the city manager. The more I did research, okay. No to the appointment of Naomi Kelly for city manager. The more research I did on the candidate, the more infuriated I got. It is incomprehensible how she became a vetted candidate to begin with, and then our mayor and council members to even consider her, and now want to appoint her as our city manager. You stated it perfectly in the agenda packet. Approve and authorize the mayor to execute the employment of Naomi Kelly to become city manager. You use the right terminology, execute. This will carry out the final death sentence to what is left of Pinole, since the 3 of you, council members Murphy, Sy, and Mayor Tave, have been making one poor decision after another, destroying our city. The next one coming up is putting cannabis shops in the city. In my research, I found out that Naomi Maria Kelly is also an attorney lawyer. She knows the law, supposed to uphold the law, and apparently knows how to get around the law. That explains a lot what's been going on. The city also wants to pay her a ridiculous salary of $305 annually, which is $70,000 more than our last city manager. Also, after 6 months, there is a clause showing a merit increase can be considered. It also has a severance package of some up to 6 months to base salary $152,500 and auto cell allowance $665 plus share of health and benefits premiums. There should be no severance packages for anyone. We can't afford it. The city needs to avoid at all costs the appearance of impropriety. Having someone with this close proximity to a major bribery, wire, and bank fraud scandals creates a dangerous vulnerability in public confidence. Her contract reads, purposes of severance may include in 5D, dishonesty and any act of involving moral turpitude. History has a tendency to repeat itself, and when self-serving interests are involved, it escalates. The city needs to prioritize public trust and integrity by conducting a new search that is entirely free from an association with corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Excuse me. As you know, the Contra Costa Grand Jury gave us a Panola an F rating for overspending and warning that we were in financial troubles and we need to cut costs. We pay the highest taxes in the county, worst rating, and the worst roads. Yet we're about ready to hire a city manager at $305,000 base salary with benefits that come to $400,000 per year. Much higher than nearby cities with larger populations such as Martinez, 245,000, Hercules, 270,000, El Cerrito, 240,000, Albany, 255,000. Meanwhile, Pinole residents have a median income of $73,000 and only 1/3 have a pension or retirement plan. City manager candidate is Naomi Kelly, wife of Harlan Kelly. Naomi was San Francisco city administrator from 2012 to 2021. Harlan was a SFPUC general manager from 2012 to 2020. Interestingly, council member Anthony Tave was also worked in the city government at the same time, around 2009 to 2021, in the role of assistant engineer of with SSPUC ties and building and grounds maintenance superintendent. Anthony Tave would have been familiar with and may have worked with Harlan and Naomi Kelly. In 2020, Harlan Kelly was charged with and later convicted of bank fraud, wire fraud, and bribery. Naomi resigned shortly after. While Naomi was not charged, records show that she was an active participant in the $1.3 million mortgage fraud scheme, which included $32,000 in credit card payoff, a student loan of $200,000, which was to be paid off, and it appears that they enjoyed an all-expense-paid family vacation to Hong Kong, China, Macau, and an $89,000 in home improvement. Councilmember Tave almost certainly knew about this high-profile case, since this was a big Bay Area scandal. My questions are, will Councilmember Tave abstain from voting to avoid any appearance of conflict? Next, why was Naomi Kelly chosen given this background and with such a high salary? Was a full background check conducted, and did that include the role of mortgage fraud? Was information presented in full city council, to the full city council? Did Councilmember Tave share what he knew from his San Francisco time? And why were only pre-approved questions allowed to be asked during citizens' interview? I don't know Naomi personally. I'm sure she's capable and regrets what happened in San Francisco. But given our serious budget problems, do we really need to pay this much for our small city? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Yes, William Horton.
Mayor and Council, I am Pinole voter William Horton, and I'm hoping for a different city manager that was named on June 2nd at a lower salary. My question, is this possible, or is the city manager hiring already finalized?
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and I'd like to read this statement. I have carefully read all items published by our city, public comment and criticism from numerous Pinole citizens, which include June 2nd, 2026 public comments at City Council, subsequent postings on various public media sources such as Nextdoor and Facebook, numerous newspaper articles about Naomi and Harlan Kelly from the San Francisco Examiner for the past 15 to 20 years. Various court filings from the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California, San Francisco, Harlem Cayley, and Victor Macras, and other sorted sources of information. Individually and collectively, each of these items raise a multitude of questions that need to be answered before a final selection of a new city manager. Based upon my analysis of these documents, it can become painfully apparent to me that the selection process for the current city manager should immediately stop until the public receives responses to their questions. If some of these public concerns are legitimate, the City of Pinole, City Council, and staff should address them. This is from my husband, David Rootport, a retired private attorney from Pinole. Mayor and Council, I was part of the community panel for the selection, and I can tell you, start over. Start over. It didn't work. And you and I can have discussions on this later on, but I think each and one of you owe the citizens of Pinole, hold it, restart, and announce it again. The choice that you have made or are going to make tonight or are thinking about making is not good. Is not good. I can tell you that. And each one of you that I campaigned for, and you promised and took an oath at the beginning that you were going to dedicate yourself, handshaking at the corners, at farmers market, the post office, to all these people, that you were going to promise to do your best. Think of us first, not you individually, not people outside of in San Francisco and Pinole that love her. No, we don't love her. We don't know about her, but we sure don't know much about her. This should have come out much earlier. I knew about her 5 minutes after the interview. It was not a good one, a good panel, a good committee, a good candidate. I can tell you something, Mayor and Council. It's not fair for all of us to live with the consequences when 3 of you either go for re-election or leave the office, and we have to live with the decisions that you make. Don't forget, there are 3 seats up in November, and each one of you will have to think and explain to us why this had to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
We have several online. We'll start with Kelly Ferguson.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Ferguson of Menlo Park. I am a civil engineer and clean energy executive by background and have 16 years of public service. As part of this, I served as the policy chair of VOSCA, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, representing the 26 wholesale customers of San Francisco's water retail wholesale water. And I worked closely with the city and county of San Francisco. I knew Naomi Kelly at that time by reputation as a very highly skilled municipal administrator. She is just an extraordinarily qualified candidate for this post. In fact, she's a world-class candidate, and at this time, when Pinole has such a bright future, she is the perfect fit, and I encourage you to move forward with her appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Karen Slates.
Mute. Okay, good evening, council members. I have been a resident of Pinole for over 70 years. I have watched the city council member meetings for possibly the last 6 months, and I have become so disheartened by what I have seen. I have listened to the 4 previous speakers. The citizens of Pinole are speaking. I do not need to hear someone from Menlo Park to tell the citizens of Pinole how we should run our city. And I think, along with all of the other speakers that you have had, that we do need to hold on this nomination or appointment for this city mayor or whatever person, the whatever we're talking about. She doesn't deserve it, and you council members need to put a hold on it and say no. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Anthony Vosbrink.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Anthony Vosbrink, longtime senior citizen, Pinolian, over 50 plus years, taxpayer and voter in Pinole. And I would like to echo, first of all the previous speakers, with the exception of the outsider that just spoke, I believe a lady from Menlo Park, and that she sounded like she had a very nice scripted script, but I don't know who wrote it for her. Maybe one of our city councilmen, or maybe it was Miss Kelly herself. But that being said, I am in agreement with the other speakers that I think it's an impropriety selection that you would consider this candidate being a final candidate and kind of like quid pro quo in such a short order of time. Normally it takes, I thought, 30 to 45 days to get back people's references and do other checks and balances and so on with regard to the person's background and ability with regard to any type of search and selection process, especially when we're paying close to $100,000 for a consultant to do your job, City Council. But that being said, I hope the city, we would like, before you do the actual appointment, we would like to hear from that Gordon gentleman and company, the search firm that used whatever process he used and answer the questions that were presented by the City Council in the last meeting, that he is going to come forward this evening before you make your appointment for that lady's position at $305,000 a year, which is one of the highest paid positions for city manager in the whole state of California, if not the US of A. And
Mr. Vosbrink, you have 45 seconds.
She has a very negative checkered past from the city of San Francisco, and it all has been documented with both her and her husband, who is still being legally investigated, and that being said, we would like a full investigation ourselves by our human resource manager, a city attorney, if not the county district attorney, John Joya's supervisor's office, on this candidate before we move forward in finalizing her selection. So we would like it have it been put off for at least another 30 to 45 days and continue your search and keep our current interim city manager in his position until.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Sheila Grist.
Hello, Mayor, Council, staff, and peoples. I'm Sheila Grist. I live out in the Valley. I've been here for 37 years. I agree with everybody just about that spoke before me on this, and I would like you to keep looking for another permanent city manager. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Next we have online, it's iPhone 75. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Good evening. My name is Stephen Tilton.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So it's time for some real talk real quick here. We've had city managers. We've had Kelsey. I spoke with her in length about why we have DPW workers cleaning bathrooms and wiping toilets and emptying trash bags. Why there's no janitorial service, and she had no reply. She said she'll look into it. We've had Andrew Murray, who allowed a sofa to sit in front of Sue's place for 3 weeks, and I asked him, why is there a sofa in the empty lot? Don't you drive by it? Oh, Stephen, I haven't seen it. Oh, we'll clean it up. We have not had a proactive city manager in years. I personally worked with Naomi Kelly. I am a 27-year employee of the City and County of San Francisco, a 21-year resident of the city of Pinole. I was the captain in charge of the Sheriff Patrol Unit at San Francisco General Hospital when Mayor Ed Lee passed away. And I worked for the Sheriff's Department. I was at the hospital. Naomi Kelly responded to the hospital. She took charge. She ensured continuity of government. She ensured notifications to the media. She ensured notifications to supervisors, and everything needed to be done. I saw her in person on the 5th floor IC unit where they had Mayor Ed Lee up there and his wife and everything. She is dynamic. In my opinion, we don't deserve her. In my opinion, she has managed the 17th most populous city in the nation. She has thousands of contacts. We have empty lots everywhere. We've had city managers who have had to be prod to even bring new business in front of Pinole or at the council meetings. In addition, I personally I've talked to 4 council members individually, no Brown Act, individually. Do you support her? Yes, 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 and yes. I want to apologize right now to Norma Martinez Rubin, because just like people are doing here tonight, I have held the actions of your husband against you. And I don't talk to you personally. I see you occasionally here and there, but I don't talk to you because of the actions of your husband. And that's exactly what's happening tonight. Naomi Kelly was convicted of nothing. She resigned willfully. Everybody in San Francisco that works with her likes her. People that live here that worked in San Francisco with her know her and like her. She would come from a city of 900,000 to a city of 19,000 and be dynamic. And in my last 58 years old right now, in my last 25, 30 years, however many I have left, I want to see Pinole thrive. And I encourage you to vote yes and see through the 5 people or 6 people that always come in.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Rafael Menace. Rafael Menace.
Speaker, are you on mute?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good. Okay. Sorry, there was a mute issue with the microphone. First, I want to check briefly. We're currently on the item regarding Naomi Kelly's potential appointment as city manager, correct?
Yes, we are on closed session.
Okay. So that's a later item, not just the closed session one, but.
Yes, it's item 4B. Oh, go ahead.
It would behoove all of us to perhaps be a bit more open-minded. I don't know Naomi Kelly personally. I haven't interacted with her. I haven't been her employee or associated with her in any way. But it's clear from her resume and her past experience that she's easily one of the more qualified city manager candidates that the city of Pinole has seen in quite some time. And I would also note that even given the extensive investigations by the FBI and various other government agencies that led to the conviction and sentencing of her husband, as has been noted previously tonight, for bribery and wire fraud and various other scandals, that he's not the one the city is considering hiring. He's not the one the city could hire. He's in prison right now. And while I recognize that it reflects on her judgment that her husband did these things, I think it's also important to know that she doesn't have criminal liability for those things. If she did, she would have been charged and most likely convicted given the level of evidence that was available. But that didn't happen. I would also note, and you can see this on page 328 of the agenda packet, that she has been, even after resigning from serving as a city administrator for the city of San Francisco, serving in an office of trust for the University of San Francisco on their board of trustees as part of their investment committee, as part of their audit committee that looks at business and financial risks, and as part of the committee that selects new trustees. So if the university felt that she was of poor moral character enough to not be able to handle that endowment, to make selections, to audit, then I would assume that she would no longer be serving in that role. So I think that's also a factor the city and the public should consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Debbie Long.
Good evening. Well, we all know the past history, both professionally and personally, of Naomi Kelly. When you appoint her as a city manager, as I expect you will, keep in mind that her appointment is a direct reflection of your leadership skills in our city, which currently is rated an F, as pointed out in the grand jury report. Many agencies automatically disqualify a candidate for having been benefited directly from the crimes committed by a spouse. There's no doubt that Ms. Kelly did benefit directly, not indirectly. A family trip to China, several home improvements, and loans that paid off high balance credit cards and student loans. You should check with the bonding agency to see if she qualifies, because a spouse's criminal or financial history may prevent you from securing standard insurance. There is the integrity question. The role of the city manager is one of public trust, and having a spouse convicted of financial fraud and bribery should raise red flags about her own judgment, ethics, and potential vulnerability. Ask yourselves, if your spouse came home and said, "We're going on a family trip to China," would you ask, "What brought this on and how can we afford it?" Or when you have your basement converted to a wine cellar along with other home improvement projects, once again, how can we afford it? Or when a loan magically appears that pays off those high balance credit cards and student loans, again, how did that happen? Poor judgment and the perception of poor judgment is everything. Something else to consider. Given her interactions with law enforcement during her husband's arrest and conviction, can she oversee the PD without bias? Additionally, there is the revolving door law, and this is part of the FPPC regulations. High-level executives must face a cooling-off period during which they are prohibited from being paid to represent others before their former agencies. Why is this important? Because Ms. Kelly currently owns in-case strategies. On her resume, she has listed but a few of her contacts, and in her interview, she did a lot of name dropping. Now, the time frame for cooling off period is not specified, but I believe it would be at least a year. How many future city contracts could this affect? Another point about her company is that the recruiter said she would have to divest herself from it entirely to become our city manager. How could a very successful business be closed down so quickly for a July 1 employment date to take effect? And lastly on this topic, if it was so successful, why would she want to close it, as well as why would she want to be a city manager of our small city when she was a city administrator of San Francisco? Pinole does not have the large big city issues that San Francisco has. I would think in her career this is a big step down. And lastly, it appears that according to Mayor Tave's work history in San Francisco, he had a professional relationship with the Kellys. Did he ask her to apply, or did he have others, such as former Mayor Salimi, who also had a professional history with the city of San Francisco? Just to highlight this, I know someone who works for San Francisco, and not only did they say they wouldn't hire her, they asked who did she know in the city to get this position. That coming from a complete political outsider. Please vote no. Thank you.
Jennifer Horn.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Jennifer Horn.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, city attorney, and city staff. I'm here to speak on Measure D. Not to urge folks to vote against it, but to thank them for
I'm
doing
sorry,
so.
excuse me. We're taking comment on item 4B for the, or
It's only 4B, it's not the,
not yet.
it's not yet, okay.
We'll call that after closed session.
Can I have my full 3 minutes?
Yes,
when I ca-
absolutely.
Thank you, Speaker.
And we do have one more for closed session. Sarah Patton for 4A.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. Here is a local representation for our AFSCME 512 unit here in the city of Pinole. Public-facing city employees provide critical services to the community every day and deserve compensation that keeps pace with inflation. Without regular COLA increases, employees effectively experience a reduction in real wages even if their salary remains unchanged. Over time, this can negatively impact employees' morale, retention, and the city's ability to attract and retain qualified staff. A cost of living adjustment, or a COLA, is not intended to provide employees with additional purchasing power. Rather, it helps employees maintain the purchasing power that they already have as the cost of everyday necessities continues to rise. Housing, utilities, groceries, transportation, healthcare, and other essential expenses have increased significantly in the recent years, placing financial strain on working families. The CPI increased 4.2% over the past 12 months and shows no signs of slowing. Investing in city employees through a fair COLA demonstrates that the city values its workforce, and it recognizes the important role employees play in delivering high-quality public services.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but is your comment related to Local 1 this evening?
512, AFSCME 512, labor negotiations.
We only have AFSCME Local.
AFSCME
Is
Local
that
1
correct?
is on the agenda.
Okay.
It'd be applicable to both, yeah.
Okay. Through the mayor, I just wanted to make sure that we were, that it was an appropriate comment to proceed.
So it's, when we say it's related, okay. All right.
Almost done.
Thank you.
please go
Sorry
ahead.
about that.
Thank you. Maintaining competitive wages helps ensure continuity of operations, preserves institutional knowledge, and supports a stable workforce that benefits both the city and its residents. So if we can find an additional $80,000 this year and a 3% COLA for the city manager candidate, they must find a way to provide a COLA for the city employees to help them mitigate rising inflation, and the way cannot be requiring them to pay for a COLA themselves through furloughs. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so we move through public comment. We're going to go ahead and move on to convene the closed session for items A, conference with labor negotiations, government code 54957.6, and item B, 4B, public employee appointment, government code 54957. And estimated time back, we're at 6 o'clock, 7:30, around that time. Thanks. you guys hear me okay? Oh, great. Okay, so we are going to reconvene to our open session to announce results of this closed session. So no reportable action from the closed session. We'll move on to item 6, citizens to be heard. Madam Clerk, if you will.
Thank you. The first three are Mark Zimmerman, Jennifer Horn, and Debbie Long.
Regarding the Contra Costa County Civil Grand Jury Report number 2604 that was recently released regarding Pinol's financial condition. Of all the cities in Contra Costa County, Pinol is ranked last with an F grade. Key findings are that Pinol's annual operating deficits are projected to grow significantly, potentially reaching $5.6 million in coming years. Pinol carries approximately $45 million in unfunded pension liabilities and $35 million in unfunded retiree health care. Tonight, I want to focus on one of the key grand jury recommendations. The grand jury report states that Pinol is encouraged to develop methods to engage its residents regarding options for addressing these ongoing fiscal challenges. In order for Pinol to act on this recommendation, excuse me, I recommend that the council direct staff to prepare for a community workshop where the city presents its financial plan and recommendations for addressing this financial crisis, and where Pinol residents can provide input and feedback. Tomorrow, Pinol is hosting a 4-hour open meeting regarding how to implement commercial cannabis in Pinol. Regardless of the merits of cannabis, Pinol has expended more effort and resources to engage the public on selling of cannabis than it has engaged the public on how to address the findings of a grand jury report. As requested at the June 2nd council meeting by others who have already spoke to this and repeated here, please direct staff to prepare for a workshop to engage the residents of Pinol as recommended by the Civil Grand Jury Report. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Yes, we had Jennifer Horn and Debbie Long.
Jennifer, you're on.
Yes.
All right, are we on citizens to be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Good evening. Can you start me over again, please? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, city attorney, and city staff. I'm here to speak on Measure D, not this time to urge folks to vote against it, but to thank them for doing so. As of today, 64.12% of voters voted no on Measure D, which I would say is a pretty healthy margin. I think it also is not a surprise, given the fact that Pinol voters never raised governing structure or lack of mayor as a concern. Thank you, Pinol voters, for your common sense, level-headedness, and ability to see clearly through the smoke and mirrors that was Measure D. I say smoke and mirrors because that's what Measure D was. It was a distraction from the real and very serious financial issues that the city of Pinol currently faces. A recent Contra Costa County grand jury report noted that Pinol's overall fiscal health merits a grade of F, in large part because the council for years has not prioritized reducing expenditures to close increasing yearly budget deficits. You have instead relied on one-time funds and reserve withdrawals to deal with what is a structural problem. We are spending more than we're bringing in. As a result, the city is facing serious risks to its long-term fiscal stability and its ability to maintain essential public services. Bankruptcy looms large. In the midst of this fiscal morass came Measure D, requiring yet another expenditure of $58,000+ that the city did not have to address a concern that the people did not raise. Outrageous. But hopefully, it's a wake-up call for those council members who voted to spend this money to start making the hard financial choices that will keep Pinole solvent. You have a report from a consultant which previously recommended significant expenditure cuts, although to date, you've adopted none of them. And you currently have the authority and autonomy to choose which cuts to make. You will not have this if Pinole is placed in a form of receivership by the state and a court is appointed to take all actions necessary for Pinole to continue to operate. Luckily, Pinole has an untapped and extremely valuable resource: its people. They were clear-thinking and smart enough to reject Measure D, and they will surely be clear-thinking and smart enough to work with the city to help put the city to rights. Indeed, the grand jury recommended that you consider developing methods to engage Pinole residents as to how to address our current budget crisis. I would urge you to not just consider this, but to do it. There is no time to waste. Thank you again, Pinoleans, for voting no on Measure D.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Debbie Long, followed by William Horton and Bob Kopp.
Good evening again. Pinole's pending financial collapse continues to be under the microscope. Okay, can we start again if they can't hear? Pinole's pending financial collapse continues to be under the microscope, first and foremost by the citizens of Pinole, then the grand jury, and now by Sierra Lopez of the Bay Area News Group. The article's thesis is that Pinole has long-term structural deficits and has been papering over them with one-time money in violation of its own financial policies. To expand on that, after they borrowed money from the reserves in 24-25, they were to have a plan for repayment to the next budget cycle of 25-26. But instead, they rewrote the policy for the reserves, taking it down by 50%. Beginning in 2022, they began using the 115 Pension Trust Fund to cover all new employees' PERS contributions, when the trust was established only to cover the annual PERS increases, so there would be no surprises to the annual budget. An actuarial was even procured to determine, based upon historical increases to PERS and interest earning on the principal, that this account should last until 2035. Today it's like 2030. The council majority was more interested in hiring more directors and inflating not only the general fund budget, but the increase to the ongoing PERS contributions by the addition of high salary positions. Interestingly enough, I just read where Richmond cannot hire more employees until others leave to attrition because they can no longer sustain additional PERS financial contributions. Also, the council doesn't appear to want to address the grand jury report, one part in particular that states engage residents on options, as it refers to cutting the budget. So are you going to engage us or continue treating us as mushrooms, keeping us in the dark and feeding us fertilizer? I am surprised that this council doesn't appear to be embarrassed or apologizing for the F rating given to Pinole, along with ranking of 407 out of 410 California cities. Because time does not permit a citizen to address all the issues, I'd like to end this with this. The grand jury report invokes Stockton and Vallejo's bankruptcies as a cautionary outcome for us. You should count yourselves lucky that yours is an elected position, because if you were hired, you certainly would have been fired with no letter of recommendation. But thinking it over, perhaps the community should consider firing you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Council, I am Pinole citizen William Horton. Thank you to all the Pinole voters who helped defeat Measure D, the directly effective mayor. Very little news in our paper, but there were 3,495 no votes, 64%, to 1,956 yes votes, 35%. That's a pretty decisive total so far. Now it's up to you, the council, to take care of the police, fire, parks, and streets, and don't worry about extraneous ballot measures. And I could suggest to you, with all these people here tonight, that you would be well served to move the matter up further of the mayor's appointment of the city manager, and not leave it till 11 p.m. tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name is Bob Kopp. I've been in Porno for 57 years, and this is the worst I've ever seen. I have one person I'm going to call out, and it's you, Murphy. You were gone for 4 meetings trying to get a different job with one of the persons running for the state of California's governor. You should have been here working for our city that is paying you to do the job. You shouldn't be out running around. And if this person would have got to be governor, you would have dumped us like a hot rock. And I think you ought to be decent enough to resign because you're not doing your job. And I think you're trying to blow the TV underneath the water. And there's a real good reason I think you want to do that. Because older people like myself, I'm able to come down here. But a lot of people, they find out everything that goes on at this council meeting on TV. So if you take the TV away, then there's less people checking out what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. So, but I'm calling for you to resign because you don't care about the city of Pinole. You never have, and you never will. You want to use this as a stepping stone to get into politics, like with where you were working while you should have been here fighting for the city on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Peter Murray, and then I have one card without a name if someone did submit and would like to speak. Irma Report. So Peter Murray, and then it looks like Irma Report.
I'm just going to wing this. I'm having a hard time seeing anymore. Here's the thing. I'm going to talk about Measure D, and I'll start from the beginning. I'll give you a kind of historical perspective. The community came here, and they came in numbers, and they told you 99.9% not to do it. And then you had the people that called in, and a large group of people that called in to tell you not to do it. And I think maybe you had one person that was from El Sobrante that said, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's a great thing for you guys. And you went and did it anyway. And that was a pretty good litmus test as to whether or not it was worth going down that path. So what am I to think about how you can manage a city if you can't even read the people when they come here and tell you 100% not to do something, and you did it anyway, and for dubious reasons? What I tell you, what you did do for us is you did allow the community to organize, and they organized, and they soundly beat back Measure D. And understand what that means. That means now that you have an organization in this community here that can get out there and get the vote done and perhaps drive a new recall, maybe paralleling the recall from 2008, in which the city did the same thing and dumped 3 of the council members that were doing something similar to what you guys do, vote as a block and block out 2 other council members. So it's history we're talking about here, and if you don't get it, maybe you should just do as Bob just said, resign, move. Let's give us an opportunity to get some people that really reflect the community and are part of the community and not worried about where they're going to be 5 years from now, 2 years from now, or whatever it is, depending on, I guess, the situational opportunities for you. Okay? You got a chance. Change your attitude, become part of the community, and hopefully things will change around here. You got a problem with the finances. We've been telling you that for the last 4 years, 5 years maybe even, going back to some of the contracts that you signed with outside agencies. So get on the ball.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And I want to thank you for putting Measure D on the ballot. It's time to let the taxpayers decide, and not just the people who come around and say that you shouldn't. We need everybody's voice counted. So thank you. Okay, so that's time that we put in. And there's two things I want to discuss, Mayor and Council. I've lived here 50 years, and I do have HR background, and my husband's a former retired attorney here. He had an office here in Pinole. And so we do know quite a few people, and I just want to let you know that I have a couple of concerns. We've gone through a lot of city managers, and I think it's time to bring the responsibilities and duties to the table, bring it as a discussion. They got too much authority. They think they're CEOs. I've been here many times over in the past couple of years saying that these city managers do what they want. They put agenda items on the consent calendar, have 900 pages to read by Tuesday, and by the time I get it, I come here and talk about it, nobody knows about it, and guess what? One of the incidents that was on the resolution last year was some job opening of communication director for $175,000 as a salary. The assistant to the city manager, she was getting $122,000. She got the job. It was open in a month. They gave it to her, and then her position was given to somebody else here in the city. And then she had 6 other positions on the resolution, all added to $819,000 just for salaries. It didn't include benefits now. So if you want to talk about hard decisions made by the city managers, let's go there. We need to control and manage the city managers. As mayor and council, you're elected officials. You represent us. And this is money wasted as of last year. We have 2 seasoned politicians that have been here before. And let me tell you, this is not what we asked for. And PCTV, why are you charging for televising? You weren't even at the Pride thing this weekend. Why are we charging our own departments for PCTV to be there? So what are we doing with this stuff? I mean, we have a person in charge that's a novice. Excuse me. Let me tell you something. I don't like what I'm seeing here. And stop throwing 3 of them to the table, under the table. Guess what? There's 2 other ones around here, okay? And they've been here longer than the rest of them. So let me just say something. Measure D, yes, should have listened to the people. But all the taxpayers, I had a right to vote too. But I'm just telling you that it's time to clean house, everybody. Stop throwing darts at everybody, at the trio. How about the duets here, okay? There's 2 of them there, okay?
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have 2 topics I'd like to discuss this evening. First, I'd like to briefly go over the current rates of COVID-19, influenza, and RSV in wastewater in the state of California. It looks like currently we're at very low levels for COVID, and I believe very low levels for influenza type A, and also very low levels. Wait, no, that's a different state. Good. Very low levels for RSV as well. And now I'm going to return to my second point on the item, which is reading through the grand jury report. I left off last time on finding 17, which is Pinole has an unfunded retiree healthcare liability, parentheses, other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, of approximately $35 million. Finding 18, the OPEB obligations have been funded on a, quote, pay-as-you-go, unquote, basis, with annual contributions for the general fund. Finding 19, Pinole's public roads are graded at, quote, 55, unquote, of a 2024 Metropolitan Transportation Commission's payment condition index survey, indicating the roads are, quote, at risk, unquote, and require extensive rehabilitation. Finding 20, Pinole staff has estimated $60 million will be needed for public road capital improvements over the next 10 years. Finding 21, Pinole staff has identified an additional $60 million funding gap for infrastructure capital improvements other than public roads over the next 10 years.
Finding 22, the Pinole finance staff told council in 2025 that the city does not have necessary funding for these infrastructure capital improvements. Finding 23, Pinole's deferral of capital improvements will translate into higher costs, parentheses, replacement versus repair, close parentheses, in the future. Finding 24, through the fiscal year 2025/26 budget cycle, the council had not publicly developed or discussed a comprehensive strategy for expenditure reduction or service adjustments to address projected structural budget deficits. Finding 25, an assessment of Pinole's overall financial health based on a dashboard developed by the California Policy Center using standardized financial measures rated Pinole among the lowest of all reported California cities for 2022 to 2024. Finding 26, the Baker-Tilly report concluded that Pinole faces ongoing severe operating budget issues, including the threat of bankruptcy if it does not balance annual expenditures and revenues. Recommendations. Recommendation 1. When developing future operating budgets, the council should comply with Pinole's financial and investment policies that require a structurally balanced annual budget. Recommendation 2, during all future budget development cycles, the council should consider directing staff to prepare an operating budget that includes expenditure reductions so that expenditures match in revenues in each budget cycle. Recommendation 3, by fiscal year 2027/28, the council should consider adopting a formal long-term financial plan that incorporates the level of expenditure reductions as outlined in 2024.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Stephen Tilton.
Mayor and Council, good evening. So to speak on this, Measure D, those who mobilized and put signs up, I haven't seen that in years. Congratulations. Congratulations. I want to tell you about my neighborhood on Buena Vista Drive. Pinole is not Pinole of 19 years ago when I ran for city council, when I ran. And Ms. Peter Murray, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, I was one of the ones that was recalled. And I'm really glad I'm not sitting here in all my evenings talking about Trader Joe's or let's don't water the plants or whatever else. I applaud you for that. I want to tell you, my neighborhood, the last 6 homes that have sold, it's not the Pinole of 19 years ago. There's a Latin couple, in their early 30s, just had a baby on Buena Vista Drive. There's a couple from Nepal in their early 40s, both engineers. There's a couple from India, both doctors on Summit. There is a lesbian couple on Summit, both in their early 30s. Not a single Caucasian person has bought a house on my street. I've expressed this with council members sitting in front of me. Pinole is changing, the demographics. There are people that come in here that have the time that can tell you no, no, no on everything. I understand that. I haven't been here in years. I am here to support, and I will talk more about Naomi Kelly later, but I want to go back for a minute. I was watching earlier at home before I decided to come in here tonight, and I was watching the code enforcement officer talk about COLA and this and that. The code enforcement officer is the same one who chastised me on the phone and told me everything she doesn't do and why the police should be called for a boat or a trailer or this or that. Very, very condescending. And my thing is, you should think outside the box. Where can money be spent? Where can funds be rolled over? Talk with the unions. If someone doesn't want to do their job, she literally told me she is not proactive. She's reactive. She says, Stephen, or Mr. Tilton, I do not do dashboard enforcement, driving around. When complaints come in, I react. So I want you guys to all think about that. Earlier comments when I called in earlier before I came in, I've asked City Manager Kelsey, why do we have DPW workers? We have 8 of them. They're cleaning bathrooms. And where's it? Oh, well, maybe we can get a sanitary janitor thing. We need to look beyond a lot of different things. Pinole TV, I don't know a single neighbor that utilizes it. And it's 400 and whatever thousand. And, you know, more power to them. But there are a lot of, and I agree with Debbie Long, run for city council. You're one of the smartest people in here fiscally. And I don't think a few up here will be running. I would love to support you. Mr. Evans, thank you for calling me back and listening to me for 30 minutes. I'm sorry I'm the Karen of my neighborhood, but you listened to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Winnie Baird.
Hi. I haven't talked at the city council meetings for years, and I'm winging it tonight. But I want to say I've talked to all of you when you were running for office originally. Oh, you condemned the other city councilmen. You said terrible things about them. But they didn't run us into the ground. You all did. And Mr. Murphy, you are very responsible for a lot of this. And if you try to run office further within California, I will be a voice against you loud and clear. But what I don't understand is why you do this. You have employees that are counting on these benefits. Shame on all of you for having zero. These people have worked hard and tireless, and they're counting on that retirement fund. But you spent it, or it went somewhere. And I know you go behind closed doors. You've already made up your mind on the new manager who should not be put into that position. And, you know, I feel like you guys are just so irresponsible. Over time, you have been. It's your thoughts. For marijuana, I wonder if one of you, or both of you, or all of you have a vested interest in a marijuana facility because you want it so bad, where other areas have them. And people can go there. And I believe in marijuana for medical purposes and all that. But I don't think you're being fair. You were voted by the people, and you do what you want to do, not what the people voted for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I believe that concludes public comment. Yes, thank you.
Okay, moving on from public comment item 6 on to item 7, reports and communications, mayor report. Just want to say congratulations to all the 2026 graduates of Pinole Valley High. Had the ability to, this past Saturday, to attend their graduation, so congratulations to all of you. We'll move on to mayoral and council appointments, seeing none. And then we'll move to city council committee reports and communications. I'll start with Councilmember Toms.
Thank you for that report. Since our last meeting, I attended the Cal Cities Housing Policy Committee meeting. It was an online meeting where we talk about legislation that is coming forward and get an update on that. The other item is that I attended the mayor's conference a week ago, and I was appointed to the Association of Bay Area Governments Executive Committee representing Contra Costa County. There's 2 of us that represent cities within Contra Costa County, and I'll be starting that July 1st. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Sasai, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Since the last time I was at this council meeting, attended the Westcat Board of Directors meeting as your delegate. Key things we discussed is, just like in Pinole, we also do our Assembly Bill 2561 reporting on, or public hearing on, our vacancies within the agency. Great news for Westcat, 0 vacancies this year, which is amazing. The board also approved the proposed operating capital budget for fiscal year 26-27, which is balanced. And that's about it for Westcat, and glad to join Mayor Tave, our trustee Jamila Smith-Folds as well, principal of Pinole Valley High School, for their graduation ceremony happened at Contra Costa College, and great to see all the new graduates, and we have a bright future here in Pinole. And also great to see our former City Hall intern that we had graduate, walk the stage, get her diploma as well. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank congratulate graduates. It's always an exciting time, graduation, so congratulations. Also want to thank to everyone who participated in voting on June 2nd. And thank you, of course, to our staff who do a tremendous job, our city clerk's office and department who does a wonderful job at facilitating our elections locally. Looking forward to our November election as well. I also had the opportunity to attend our fourth annual Pride and Juneteenth celebration this weekend. It was inspiring to see hundreds of residents and community members come together to celebrate diversity, equity, inclusion, and freedom. The strong turnout reflected the vibrant spirit of our community and, of course, our engagement to our community. So just wanted to again thank our staff, Community Services Department, for putting that together, and all the partners, the community partners, which I always feel like every year we either get new ones or, folks reignite their booths, and just really great to see that vibrant spirit there. I do also represent the city of Pinole and MCE, and just wanted to give an update. Recently, S&P Global Ratings affirmed MCE's A issuer credit rating with a stable outlook, reinforcing confidence in our agency's financial strength and operational resilience. According to S&P, MCE's strong financial position is supported by our very healthy liquidity, totaling $554 million, which represents approximately 244 days of operating expenses. They also listed us having a diverse renewable energy portfolio backed by approximately 58 long-term contracts. We don't have any outstanding debt. We have a customer base of 600,000 accounts across 38 member communities, which includes city and counties. And we also have strong customer retention and negligible opt-out rates. So again, some of the key takeaways from the report were continued assurance that MCE remains financially strong and well-positioned, enhanced ability to negotiate favorable long-term renewable energy contracts due to our strong liquidity, and further validation of the community choice aggregator model by an internationally recognized credit rating. Next, as an update, I also represent the Contra Costa Mayors on the East Bay Economic Development Alliance. Wanted to flag that there is, as a member of the Legislative and Policy Committee, there is a bill, Assembly Bill 1751, which is called the Missing Middletown Home Ownership Act, that the agency has decided to endorse and support. This bill is intended to expand home ownership opportunities by facilitating the development of the missing middle housing options, such as townhomes, while also reducing regulatory barriers and approval timelines. So just wanted to encourage residents to, if you have either heard about AB 1751 or haven't heard about it, learn more about it, and also make your voices heard to your assembly member or state senator. And last but not least, along the lines of economic development, just always want to elevate our new business activity that continues within the Pinole community. Recently, we opened Togo's and Travis Credit Union. It was a pleasure to join our new community partners at their ribbon cutting. These additions do contribute to the local economic growth, expanded services for residents, and of course, increased commercial activity within our area. A lot of folks say and continue to say that Pinole is a healthy and a great place to do business, and I think that is represented in how many new businesses are starting to fill in vacant properties right here in the city. So just wanted to say, again, congratulations to the owners and boards of those businesses, but also really exciting to see economic development and growth happen right here in our city. So that does conclude my mayor's report, and looking forward to more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. So we'll move on to council requests for future agenda items. Looks like we have Councilmember Toms.
Yes, thank you. I have two items. I'd like to ask staff to schedule two meetings. One, more of a community open house or community meeting to discuss our response to the grand jury. And then I understand that our response to the grand jury is due in August, but can we have it on our agenda for July? So that's my request.
I'll second that. Did we have that request already from last meeting or direction? Okay.
I think it was going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
Correct. It is typically brought before the council.
Okay.
In this case, it certainly can be brought in July. If there's
special
discussion, then there's still time to put it on the first meeting of August if necessary as well.
Very good. Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Aye.
Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, and then
Okay, and
Councilmember
then
Toms,
the
you had a second?
item, I'm requesting that we have a proclamation for either one of the next two meetings, and that is to recognize Rosemarie Catino, a longtime resident of Pinole, who's turning 100 years old in early July.
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Aye.
And Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Side.
Thank you. Have one request for this evening. Would like to move that staff bring back a resolution, letter of support for Assembly Bill 2047 Bauer-Cahan, which is regarding firearms, three-dimensional printing blocking technology, and I discussed the importance of that given some of the circumstances we had in Pinole around 3D printed firearms.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Noting that Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Aye.
Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, any other? All right, so moving on from future agenda items, we'll go to...
Excuse me, Mayor. We do have a public comment card for this item. Rafael Menes.
Oh, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I would like to request that the city schedule a future proclamation for June 16th, 2027 to recognize Neurodiversity Pride Day, as noted on neurodiversityprideday.com. It's a day to recognize the contributions of neurodivergent individuals to society. Thank you.
Okay, anybody want to make that motion? Hearing none. Okay. We'll move on to City Manager report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. A couple quick items since we do have a substantial agenda. I'd like to highlight the consent items 9F and 9H. The pavement rehabilitation project Phase 1 bids are in and under review. Staff anticipates that the approval of the most responsive bid will be on the July 7th agenda, with the hope and expectation that construction would follow soon after, or the rehabilitation. That is a wonderful thing to see, and certainly I've heard from all five of you over and over, how are we getting these pavement projects done? Staff has responded very well, and glad to see that first phase. The second phase is anticipated to go out to bid at the end of July, and we would quickly try and see that also in the fall. So good news on that front, and want to thank the council for their direction. And a couple other notables. I guess I need to get in front of this one. The Cannabis Open House was a crazy idea by an interim city manager. And so I just wanted to, looking at revenue opportunities within the community. And so we're hopeful all of you show up, give your comments or submit them so we can hear about thoughts on cannabis, learn more about it. And it'll be something that would be considered at a much later date on whether or not it even has a role here in Pinole. So we at least wanted to start that discussion with the community. Other items, City Hall is closed for Juneteenth on Friday the 19th, and the Pancake Breakfast and Car Show in Old Town is Sunday, June 28th, and I certainly hope everyone can be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, just a quick question. Interim City Manager Garrett, I don't think you set the date of the Cannabis Open House.
Oh, I
Maybe I missed
apologize. It's tomorrow night, 3 to 7 p.m. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you. And where?
It is at the Senior Center.
Okay, so we'll move on to City Attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor Tave. Nothing to report at this time.
Okay. So we have proclamations and Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just going to
Yeah.
say something because I can already feel the energy, and I just want to make sure we pull it back. Mayor, I would ask that you make an announcement to the community that this is a business meeting. And so we've heard clapping. I'm hearing people speak out from not the podium. The podium is an awesome opportunity people have at 3 minutes to say what they say, but I just want to make sure we have some order and decorum in this room.
Understood.
Thank you.
City Attorney, can you please clarify the decorum for a city council meeting?
Thank you. So this is from the city council procedures in the decorum. So the city council elected by the public must be free to discuss issues confronting the city in an orderly environment. Public members attending the city council meeting shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the city council. Any person making impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks, or who become boisterous while addressing the city council, or while attending the city council meeting may be removed from the room if the presiding officer so directs.
Thank you, City Attorney. So we'll just say to the audience, we're working through the agenda and hopefully, get out at an appropriate time. So if everybody could observe the decorum, that would be fantastic, and we'll get through the meeting in orderly fashion. Next, we have recognitions, presentations, and community events. We have our proclamations. So we're going to go ahead and read our proclamations. Proclamation A1 is for Juneteenth, and I'll start us off. Juneteenth, June 19th, 2026, whereas now I've been free. I know what a dreamful condition slavery is. I have seen hundreds of escaped slaves, but I never saw one who was willing to go back and be a slave. Harriet Tubman. And whereas America does not only celebrate our independence on July 4th, Juneteenth National Independence Day, and also known as Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, and Black Independence Day, is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. And
whereas Juneteenth on June 19th, 1865 is considered the date when the last slaves in America were freed, when General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of the Civil War and the insidious institution of slavery. Thousands of enslaved people in Texas, among the last to learn of their independence, tasted hard-won freedom for the first time, almost 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas the day was recognized as a federal holiday on June 17th, 2021, when President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law, making it the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was adopted in 1983. And
whereas today, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement, as it is time for reflection and rejoicing, and a time for assessment, self-improvement, and planning for the future. And whereas during this time, the nation celebrates the accomplishments, inventions, triumphs, and resiliency of African American people in this country. And
whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom, celebrates the abolishment of slavery, and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society. And whereas General Granger's announcement called for absolute equality, we know that such a vision was far from complete back then as it is today. We celebrate how far we have come and take stock of how far we must go. And
whereas 2026 marks 161 years of freedom celebrations, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. It is a day marked with celebrations and family gatherings, and it's a time for assessment, self-improvement, and for planning for the future.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the City of Pinole, and encourage all residents to celebrate, honor, and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States and our city. All right, everyone, thank you. We're going to move on to our proclamation for Pride. LGBTQ plus Pride Month, June 26. Whereas in June 1969, a courageous group of Americans rose up to protest the violence and marginalization they faced in what became known as the Stonewall Uprising. And
whereas police raided the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar located in New York City, and for the next 6 days, they clashed with LGBTQ plus protesters who bravely stood their ground. Their courage sparked a civil rights movement for the liberation of the LGBTQ plus community and changed our nation forever. And whereas by the time the Stonewall riots ended on July 2nd, 1969, the gay rights movement went from being a fringe issue, largely ignored by politicians in the media, to front page news worldwide. And
whereas Pride is a celebration of generations of LGBTQ plus people who have fought bravely to live openly and authentically. And whereas the City of Pinole feels it is important to communicate its support for inclusivity and respect in our city and desires to recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And
whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ plus Pride flag or gay pride flag, has been used since the 1970s and is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ plus people in society. And whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and LGBTQ plus individuals have had immeasurable impact on the culture, civic, and economic success of our country. And
whereas the City of Pinole is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ plus people in a diverse community, and whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the City of Pinole's LGBTQ plus community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim June 2026 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Pinole and call upon residents of Pinole to support the equal rights of all citizens. And I think we had Mr. Tilton to accept the proclamation. If you join us in a picture, please. All right, everybody. Any comments from council? Oh, sure. Any comments from council? Public comment? Okay. Okay, everybody, we'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. We'll first take any public comment from consent.
Thank you. We have Rafael Menes for 9C.
Just two quick comments on 9C, which I had answered in writing already, the other of which I still have outstanding. The first is, why did Hercules withdraw from court? And the second is, on page 81, when you're looking at the example invoice, there's 2 lines on there after the direct expenses, one for Haluna F&A and another for indirect expenses of about 10%. And I was curious as to what Haluna F&A is and whether that level of indirect expense is a standard county overhead or the amount for another department or just the amount that we would typically expect to see as an indirect expense level in a contract. Thank you.
Okay, just quickly turn to the city manager if we could try to field any.
We received via an email Mr. Menace's comments, and we'll respond and then post accordingly.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Any other public comment for consent calendar?
No other public comment.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Would anybody like to pull any of the items on consent? Okay, seeing none, can we get a motion to approve?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Toms, second by Murphy.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Noting that Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent, Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 10, public hearings. I think we can move through 10A. City Manager, if you could take us through 10A and 10B, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's first public hearing is the first reading of an ordinance approving renewal of the City of Pinol's military equipment policy. Right now we have Chief Clown and Police Commander Rogers here. We're going to get the commander giving the presentation. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Melissa Clavoon, the Police Chief. We are here to present the annual report of the military equipment use and ordinance to approve the report and the continuing ordinance for the utilization for that equipment. And with me is Commander Justin Rogers, who oversees our operations division, and I'm going to pass it on to him to start with the presentation.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. I'm glad that I could be here to do this for you guys. Could I have the next slide? Sorry. This presentation will outline basically our efforts to continue to be within not only policy but within the Assembly Bill 481 requirements. This Assembly Bill was approved in 2021, and in a nutshell, it is bringing transparency.
Excuse me, can we move the mic up closer?
Sure, sorry about that. It's bringing transparency and local oversight to our military-styled equipment. Next slide.
Excuse me, officer, could you make your screen full screen so I can see the presentation?
We're on slide 3. Commander Rogers, if you could.
Oh, continue? Okay, I'm sorry. Part of this AB 481, we're required at the police department to create a policy for our military equipment. This policy outlines the items on the screen, such as military equipment definitions, policy violations, military equipment inventory, coordination with other law enforcement agencies, community engagement, and every year there's an annual report as required by this policy. Next slide. Currently, the Pinole Police Department has a MRAP vehicle, which we call our emergency rescue vehicle. It's parked on Plum Street next to the police department. You can't miss it. We have a iRobot PackBot, which was supplied to us through a military acquisition program that we participate in, the 1033 program. We've had it for quite a few years. It's been used, in my recollection, once, but it was used in a very tense situation with a barricaded subject and was able to deliver the communication devices to communicate with the subject, and ultimately it ended in a nonviolent resolution, so it was great. our command and control vehicle is our trailer, also parked on Plum Street right in front of the ERV. It's also used for DUI checkpoints and was deployed twice this year during this budget year for DUI checkpoints. The semi-automatic rifles are a Colt AR-15 style rifle. They're deployed with patrol officers. The less lethal launchers we have, we switched to an FN 303 platform, I believe, last year. And this platform delivers irritants and clear impact, and also washable paint to identify people. We have 4 less lethal shotguns with beanbag projectiles. Currently, they're actually just in storage. They're not deployed, but we are developing a program to train and deploy those. And we have 4 drones. 2 are the DJI Mavics and 2 are indoor DJI Avata drones. This next slide shows a timeline of the expectation through the AB 481 and our policy on delivery of this information to the public and to the council, and then adopting and approval of the ordinance. Next slide. And these were purchases we made in last year's fiscal year. We purchased ammunition for the AR-15s. We had ERV maintenance. That consisted of mainly oil change, lubricating the body, and making sure that anything in the engine that needed to be replaced was replaced, so it stays operational. We did do AR-15 patrol rifle training, FN 303 training, and also UAS program training. And expected in this in this year coming up, which we'll get to the slide in a minute, but since we're on it, we're going to try to train 5 more pilots for that program. We had no formal complaints last year regarding any of our equipment. Next slide, please. During the last year, we used the ERV 1 time and the command post 5 times. 2 of those were for DUI checkpoints. The other 3 were for special community events. We had 11 mutual aid incidents involving UAS support. And it says 4 incidents, but actually I tonight researched that, and it was actually 6 incidents that actually concluded in 7 separate arrests due to the UAS being used. Projected military acquisition for this coming year will probably be just ammunition and projectiles. We don't foresee purchasing any more items that will have to be listed on this. We're hoping that the findings will be made by council that the military equipment is necessary because there's no alternative, and that it will safeguard the public welfare and safety of the community. The equipment is cost effective compared to available alternatives, and any prior military equipment, which is our ERV and our iRobot, are used in compliance with our policy. And I'm open to questions.
Okay, we'll bring it to council before we open the public hearing. So it seemed like we had Councilmember Sasai and then followed by Councilmember Toms.
Thank you for the presentation. I like that last picture there. Is that the UAS system?
That was when we received one of our indoor drones. So if I can fly it in the PD, then that's saying that it's a very usable piece of equipment, yes.
Amazing. I want to ask a question about the event and incident use, and want to confirm that the lethal or the semi-automatic assault rifles have not been deployed other than just training?
So that was hard to capture. The officers carry them on duty with them on every shift. We did not, I don't have anything on record where we were deploying the rifles. We deployed them during training, yes, but other than that, there was nothing showing in our system. We do have in our CAD system, the option for officers to click a military use button so that it goes into the call log, and everything I found was related to drones and the ERV and the DUI trailer.
That's a great thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, please.
Yes, thank you for that report. In discussing the uses, the incident uses for the ERV, are there any requests that you have gotten for mutual aid that you have had to turn away? I know in the past you have.
In the past we have, however, in this past year, there was no requests.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Cahoon and Commander Rogers, for your report today. On slide 7, you talk about community complaints, concerns, and violations. Can you help the community and myself understand what is needed to be done to file a formal complaint or concern to your office or department?
Sure, absolutely. So one of the requirements of this government code is that we report out specifically any complaints or concerns that have come from the community regarding the use of this military equipment. So in this past reporting year, we did not have any complaints or concerns that came forward. We have many ways that the community can report concerns or complaints. We do on our website have an online complaint form that can be completed and forwarded to us. It no longer requires you to have to fill out a paper form or even email it to us, but we do also have paper forms at the police department. We will also accept complaints made verbally, over the phone, in person, any form of communication, we will accept complaints or concerns that way as well.
Okay. And then are you all auditing public comments as well that are made during the city council meetings? Would that be conducive to a community complaint, concern, or violation that you would utilize?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the only question I had was the same question we had last year, and I'll ask it. So people in the community will sometimes see a drone flying around. Have we got any type of communication outside? I know that there's the Pulse app and other apps where someone would be able to tell, hey, that drone's supposed to be there or deployed, versus somebody having a drone that's just flying it, a personal drone or a private drone.
If I understand your question, you're asking if there is a way for the public to see on our website or some other means whether a drone is being used for police purposes?
Yeah, or being deployed, right? So that someone seeing a drone flying around isn't calling the line saying, hey, someone's flying a drone over my backyard or anything. Is there any notification that goes out?
Currently, no. With our drone program that we have, we don't have that. We don't have any kind of automated process in place. Certainly, if someone were to call into our dispatch and ask, we could provide that information. In the future, we are looking at that. There are more in systems where drones are being deployed during calls for service. There are ways for the public to track their flight and it being associated with a call, and that's for transparency purposes. But that would be in the future, not in our current system.
Great. Thank you. Those were all my questions. It seems like seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I just have one comment card for this item, Irma report.
Good evening, everybody. I'll make it quick, Mayor and Council, because I know we're waiting for some other resolutions. Really quick, is this the RV equipment, that military equipment that we're talking about? Was that donated to the city? Do you remember way back in the past?
Yeah, actually, I was in charge of that program at the time we received all this equipment. And the equipment is requested. We actually waited 2 years for the ERV that we have now, and that did come from the military. And the robot was delivered also from the military, along with everything that came with it, which is like batteries and the controller, and that's it. We didn't spend any money on it.
Right. And my question is, when we first got it, we were parking it at the park when there were events. I remember even kids climbing all over the RV, and there were a lot of comments on next door regarding their children all over the place. So we finally got it off the grass area and took it off and these events. So, and there were quite a few complaints then. Now, I guess we're not parking there anymore, hopefully not. And the other thing is, if we, I remember way back when we were gonna consider doing like a sharing of that RV, parking and how much it costs the city to keep it. So have you done some of that homework in terms of sharing with other cities and sharing the cost? We're talking about cost, you know, with these equipment, sharing it with other cities so that maybe we all could share because I know that this RV, you don't use it every day. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it's income lost to the city. So can you consider that maybe in the future? And I'd like to know how much the total of this equipment is. I didn't see any costs. I saw some, but not the total. And like again, let's say, why can't we partner with other cities for these equipments? Save money. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Any other public comment for the public hearing?
No other public comment.
Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Councilmember Sasai.
Yeah, again, thanks for the presentation here. I just want to make a quick comment about the UAS drone system. For the public, yeah, I think this is a great program. I think just talking it through with the chief and our staff here, a lot of great benefits to the program, which is more safety for officers, but also more safety for the public, right? This can hopefully reduce the need for pursuit by a vehicle, hopefully. And so create some more efficiency, and we have a great drone policy, and I felt comfortable with that since reading it over, and so I want to express my support for the UAS drone system and its use here. You know, I still have concerns about the MRAP vehicle as I've had in the past. I do like to see that it's been deployed much less than previous years, and so I know there's a section here about reasonable alternatives. I want to point out too that I think we had a district budget request to Congressman Garamendi for these mobile barriers that's to be used for any time that the city closes a street for an event. Not sure the status of that, but hopefully that does get approved, so we have those public safety funds for our city. And so I just want to say with the militarized equipment in general, have seen the effects of what the presence of military equipment, but also the federal administration deploying the National Guard to places like Alameda here locally, what that does to many residents in the region that are often pushed to the margins. And I hate to see that a lot of that has been politicized by the president. And so just out of sensitivity to that, same as the past 4 years in the council, today I'll be in respectful opposition to this, but just want to thank you both, your department, for all the important work you do. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
Just ready to
motions?
make a motion.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, that we that we approve the report and waive the full reading and introduce by title only an ordinance approving and readopting the military equipment use policy as stated in Chapter 2.60 Military Equipment Policy of the Pinole City Municipal Code in compliance with AB 481.
A second.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Noting that Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent, Councilmember Sasai?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Aye.
And Mayor Tafe?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item 10B, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Members of the City Council, tonight's second public hearing is the fiscal year 2025-26 Utility Users Tax Review in fiscal year 2026-27 income exemption limits. Finance Director Guillory is here with a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the public. I have a presentation that should show up shortly here.
Can you move the microphone closer?
Sure. Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
So this is the public hearing for the Utility Users Tax Annual Review for the fiscal year 2025-26. Next slide, please. So just to give some background, the Utility Users Tax, or UUT, is an 8% levy on the value of public utilities, services consumed within city limits for energy, which consists of electricity and natural gas, as well as telecommunications. The UUT was initially approved by Pinot voters in 1998. It was extended in 2004, 2012, and 2018, and has no sunset date. It is the fourth largest general fund revenue source, and it makes up 9% of total general fund revenues. So it is an ongoing and highly reliable source of revenue for the general fund. The Pinot Municipal Code requires an annual review through a public hearing. And it also, at this time, will be asking the City Council to approve a resolution adopting the updated guidelines for the low-income households that are eligible for UUT exemptions. Next slide. So under the Pinot Municipal Code, it requires this annual review, and it is required to be done during the budget process. It provides a summary of amounts realized for the current fiscal year, as well as going back 9 additional years. And again, a resolution to approve the changes to the household income levels for UUT exemptions is also a part of this hearing. Next slide. So here's 10 years of historical data of UUT collections, starting with the fiscal year 2016-17 and going through the current fiscal year. We have the estimated amounts. We see that going back 10 years, we had about $2.1 million collected in UUT overall. And for this current fiscal year, we're estimated to end with $2.6 million. Looking at the composition of the UUT is made up of the electricity and gas, which is the larger portion of collections. And just looking at the current fiscal year, it makes up about 92% of total collections. For the telecommunications, it's about 8%. And what we see over time is that the telecommunications portion continues to decline, and that's mostly due to consumers moving away from traditional telephone. Next slide. So breaking down the two categories, just looking again at gas and electricity, for the current fiscal year, we're looking at ending at $2.5 million. That's about, it should actually say 0% growth over the last year. And that's mostly because we had kind of an anomaly in fiscal year 2024-25 where gas was a lot higher than it typically is. And so if we're looking at just comparing to last year, it appears to be no growth, although there was significant growth in the electricity segment. Again, the last fiscal year it was a much higher year for gas. That segment is a little more unpredictable than some of the others. It fluctuates more so than the other segments. And again, the gas and electricity makes up 92% of total UUT collections. Next slide. So here's a breakdown of telecommunications. Compared to the last fiscal year, we're looking at a 10% decrease in this current fiscal year. And again, that's just because consumers are moving away from traditional landlines. And again, this makes up 8% of total UUT receipts. Next slide. So we also wanted to take this opportunity to provide some information on some new developments regarding UUT when it comes to internet-based streaming services. The city's UUT does not currently apply to internet-based streaming services. However, there's a recent case with the city of Santa Barbara, which was challenged by Disney regarding the application of its UUT on streaming services. And the court decision was that the UUT was eligible to be applied to that service. However, at this time, we would not be able to apply it just because the Pinot Municipal Code doesn't cover internet-based streaming services. It will require an amendment by ordinance and then also voter approval in order to impose that on internet-based streaming services. And I'm just going to look to City Attorney Casher to see if he wanted to add any context to this.
Just through the chair, that's correct. There are cities in the Bay Area and throughout the state who do collect UUT for online kind of internet streaming services. We don't have the ability to do so currently under our municipal code. It's something that we could consider, and we could certainly bring more information back to the city council if that's something that the council would be interested in learning more about and potentially considering.
Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the city's municipal code allows for UUT exemptions to households meeting certain eligibility guidelines. Those guidelines are based on the California Alternative Rates for Energy, or the CARE program, which is administered by PG&E, and the thresholds are approved by the California Public Utilities Commission. The CARE program eligibility is verified by PG&E on our behalf, and the eligibility must be renewed every 2 years or every 4 years for fixed incomes. It requires qualifying proof of income, which includes IRS tax returns, and the eligibility is based on the total income of all members living in a household. The same income guidelines are used for the UUT for telecommunications. However, that is administered by the city. So a customer would apply directly to the city for that exemption. Next slide. And here, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the following UUT exemption thresholds, again, based on the CARE program. That information is also attached to the staff report. Next slide. And I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
We'll bring it to council for questions.
I just have one.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
On the slide where you talk about the application of streaming service, you list the voter approval. What is the voter approval necessary for something like that?
Through the chair, so this would be adding the ability to tax for, adding to the UUT the ability to collect from consumers a charge for the UUT for online streaming services. So traditional cable services, we have been able to collect that. We don't currently collect from YouTube TV, for example. So we would need to update the municipal code, and because it's a tax measure, there would need to be voter approval for that.
Right, and what is that? What is that threshold? I guess I should be more specific.
Oh, the threshold.
The tax measure, so it's 67%.
Is it?
Yeah, we could look into. I think it's 2/3.
67.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it may be 2/3. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. We have Debbie Long.
Hello again. I just have a question. Since it's a 9% revenue generator, PCTV uses a lot of electricity, and I'm assuming that we pay that tax on our utility bill as well. Would that ever be refunded back to their department or offset for anything? And I'm sure there might be other departments, such as Public Safety's building over there, that is probably one that is a high user of that. But I was just wondering, since he's being charged, or that department's being charged for their utility against them, so now they're actually bringing in part of the revenue because of the utility tax. Does that get credited back to his department? And if not, why, or should it? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes the public comment.
City Manager, is there, I don't know if you want to take a shot
Have
at
we
trying to answer.
specifically done the analysis? No, but they are getting a credit with the $480,000 subsidy from the general fund. They're receiving their portion back and then some.
I see. Okay. Bringing it back to council, is there any further comment, question? Entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we adopt the resolution modifying the household income eligibility thresholds for exemptions from the UUT tax for fiscal year 26-27.
I'll second.
Motion by Toms, second by Murphy.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Noting that Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to move on to item 11, old business. We'll take 11A, city manager, if you will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's first old business item is approving and authorizing the mayor to execute an employment agreement with Naomi Kelly to become the city manager. Tonight we have Rachel Hall, owner of Bob Hall and Associates, and Stacy Shell, HR director, with a presentation. So I'll hand it over to Stacy to hand it over to Rachel, I guess.
Thank you, City Manager Garrett Evans. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, members of the public, and also staff. My name is Stacy Shell. I'm your Human Resources Director here at the City of Pinole, and I am joined by Rachel Hall. Rachel Hall is from Bob Hall and Associates. They were the executive search firm that conducted the recruitment for the recent city manager recruitment. And Rachel is going to provide a presentation on that recent recruitment and selection procedures. And turn it over to Rachel.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me here today. I'm going to kind of walk through the process. There were some questions about kind of, getting down in the weeds of what exactly happened for the last couple of months through the recruitment. So I'm going to walk you through kind of step by step. We should have a presentation. So step one, you can advance. Thank you. So step one, after we met with the city council, we developed an ideal candidate profile. So we talked to the council, we talked to members of the community, we talked to important stakeholders, and everybody's collective information helps us kind of develop an ideal candidate profile. Up there bulleted is what was highlighted for what the ideal candidate profile looks like for the next city manager of Pinole. So focusing a lot on financial and strategic leadership, political acumen and governance, as well as organizational culture and staff advocacy. Next slide, please. So step two, outreach and recruiting. We kicked off the recruitment officially back on February 17th. Mr. Gorton was here for a council meeting, kind of walk you through preliminary, what to expect for the next couple of months through the recruitment. From there, we created a community survey, which was available to the public throughout the month of March. We also conducted 2 community meetings. One was conducted in person on March 14th, and one was conducted virtually on March 19th. The recruitment team also did multiple one-on-one phone calls with important stakeholders throughout the community. From there, the opportunity was posted across multiple platforms. That includes ICMA, Cal Cities, Public CEO, Western Cities. That's general kind of publications that is standard for these kinds of recruitments. We also used our personal network that we have as a firm to reach out to candidates. We call them passive candidates, ones that are not necessarily actively looking for a role, but somebody that fits those ideal characteristics that the council and other stakeholders prioritized. And then we also do heavily use LinkedIn to do so. Next slide, please. So from there, as candidates come in, we begin our candidate assessment. So kind of to walk you through the qualifications for this position were equivalent to a graduation from 4-year college or university, major coursework in public or business administration, as well as significant management and administrative experience in a municipal or other public agency setting, as well as possession of an appropriate advanced degree and experience working with elected council or board as being highly desirable. Through that, we assessed each application for expertise and match, again, going back to that ideal candidate profile. We received a total of 46 applications. We deemed 20 of those worth an initial screening interview with the recruitment team. From that meeting with 20 candidates, we then narrowed down the list to 10 candidates, which was presented to the City Council. Next slide, please. So from there, when we got down to that list of 10, our top candidates were researched and presented for further consideration. Our findings of any public information regarding top candidates are presented to the council at the time of candidate presentation. It's the City Council's decision of who will be interviewed. We provide the council with more candidates than would generally be interviewed to give them kind of leeway to pick and choose the candidates that they feel fit their profile and would be the best fit for the organization. From there, the City Council did the first round of interviews, which was on May 2nd. All candidates are asked the same questions throughout the process to ensure a fair and equitable interview process. Our interview questions are vetted for legality and designed to elicit answers important to the community. From there, additional interviews were held with city staff, and there was also a community panel. That was on May 5th. Following those interviews, the council was briefed on the feedback from the staff, the community, as well as information provided from the community survey, as well as other feedback that was received throughout the process. And then later that same day, there was a final interview held with the council. And just to be clear in the roles, as the council knows, the council is the one who makes the final hiring decision using all available information, including public records, and is fully briefed on all relevant issues. Our role as the recruitment firm is to provide the information to the council so that they can make an informed choice. We do not make the hiring recommendation. Next slide, please. From that point, once the council selected a top candidate, we move into background and reference checks. Our background check consists of a criminal check, civil, DMV, and credit checks. We also do reference checks, which include talking to past supervisors, peers, and subordinates of the candidate. The city does its own element of background checks, which includes a DOJ criminal records check and live scan fingerprinting. And then we can report that all results from these checks came back with no issues or flags. Next slide, please. So that is kind of a rundown of what's been occurring since February. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll bring it to council for any questions. Any questions from council? Councilmember Toms?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over again, the background checks that you do are before, you do some checks before they're even presented to the council as far as an eligibility list for us to interview, correct?
Correct. To clarify, it's a public records, so we do internet searches, find readily available information. It's not until an offer letter is signed that we can legally do a background check and things like that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have Debbie Long, Irma Report, and Rafael Menes, followed by Mark Zimmerman.
Good evening. I'm going to restate some of my previous comments. When you appoint the city manager, as I expect you will, keep in mind that her appointment is a direct reflection upon your leadership skills in our city, which is currently rated F, as pointed out in the grand jury report. Many agencies automatically disqualify a candidate for having benefited directly from the crimes committed by a spouse. There's no doubt that Ms. Kelly did benefit directly. A family trip to China, several home improvements, and loans that are paid off, high balance credit cards, and student loans. You should check with the bonding agency to ensure that she qualifies because a spouse's criminal or financial history may prevent you from securing standard insurance. There is the integrity question. The role of the city manager is one of public trust, and having a spouse convicted of financial fraud and bribery should raise red flags about her own judgment, ethics, and potential vulnerability. Ask yourselves, if your spouse came home saying you had a family trip to China, wouldn't you ask how that came about? Or all the new renovations at the home? Another question, how are we affording this? Once again, poor judgment and the perception of poor judgment is everything. Something else to consider, given her interactions with law enforcement during her husband's arrest and conviction, can she oversee the police department without bias? Additionally, there's the revolving door law, which is part of the FPPC law, which I think our city attorney would know about, that high-level executives must face a cooling-off period during which they are prohibited from being paid to represent others before their former agencies. Why is this important? Because Ms. Kelly currently owns In-Case Strategies. She dropped many names at her interview. How many future city contracts would this potentially affect? Another point about her company is that the recruiter said she would have to divest herself from it entirely to become her city manager. How could a very successful business be closed down so quickly for a July 1 employment date to take effect? As well as, why would she really want to be a city manager in our small city when she was the city administrator of San Francisco? Pinole does not have the large big city issues that San Francisco has. I would think in her career this is a big step down. And lastly, it appears that according to Mayor Tay's work history in San Francisco, he had a professional relationship with the Kellys. Did he ask her to apply, or did he have others, such as the former Mayor Salimi, here tonight with Miss Kelly, who also had a professional history and city contracts under the Kellys? Just to highlight this, I know someone who works for the San Francisco in a very high position, and not only did they say they wouldn't hire her, they actually said they wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. They asked who she knew in the city to get this position. Very astute, coming from a complete political outsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public again. First of all, I've said this 2 weeks ago, that I applied for a city job years ago, and I was given a lie detector test, background check, security clearance check, and guess what? If you call this a vetting process to the consultant and mayor, to HR, you call these vetting procedures, something went wrong, because it only took 2-3 minutes after the interview, check these names out that were given to us. I was part of the panel, the community panel, and I have an HR background. I went home, it took me 2 minutes for me to check it out and other people. And I can tell you something, the panels, one of the panels put together also was staff interview. Now that, you're talking about staff where the manager would be supervising the staff here in the city of Pinole. Well, my problem is, if they unanimously supported this candidate, Naomi, did you ask the community panel who they were supporting? Consultant. You know, your consultant was there. Okay, so he asked us, and we gave him our choices. So, and it wasn't Naomi. And so the following candidates were not vetted properly according to your resolution. And you call this vetting properly? No results came back? They're all Googled. They're all on the court records. It's all over the place. Mayor and Council, this is the wrong procedure, wrong process. We got HR and a consultant. How many times over do we have to do this process? We hire, I mean, I don't know where you get these city managers. I'm sorry. These consultants, they're recycled. And let me tell you something. This process has got to start over. We cannot accept this candidate. My husband, a private attorney, had a business here in Pinole. He wrote a letter. Read it. It's out there. And he said, no good. Start over. Because you know what? This was not vetted properly. And I say, Mayor and Council, do yourself a favor. Everybody's here. Start over the process. This is not what we want, because in November, when some of you leave, guess what? We have to live with a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
So I'm also probably going to be reiterating some of my own prior points. Rafael Metz, resident of Pinole here, and I want to highlight some of the points in the staff report, I think, because it says that, you know, after the council said we'd like to pick Naomi Kelly, the city, not the consultants, did an extensive background check, criminal check, civil check, motor vehicle check, credit history reviews, references, and a Department of Justice criminal records review and live scan fingerprinting. So I guess one of the things I'm not understanding is if you're saying that the checks weren't done, it sounds like the staff report is saying that a series of checks were done. I don't know if you're even allowed to do polygraph tests these days, honestly, given, you know, questions about their reliability. I'd also note that, you know, Pinole is facing significant challenges, both now and, if I'm interpreting the budget documents properly, over the next several years leading up to about 2030 or so. It would benefit greatly from having a experienced city manager, whether that's Naomi Kelly or someone else, for a prolonged period of time, greater than a year or a year and a half. So regardless of who the council ultimately ends up going with as a city manager, I hope that whoever the council picks stays around for the full term of their contract, and that the council has gotten assurances that whoever is selected is willing to remain for the full term of their contract, because the turnover the city's been having with city managers, as many speakers have noted, as, you know, cause harm to institutional continuity, institutional knowledge, you know, all of that. Finally, I have some questions based on Naomi Kelly's resume. I already brought up the topic of her work with the University of San Francisco's Board of Trustees, but I was also curious about some points listed under the consulting firm, basically some of the tasks that were done there. I'm going to try and look up the exact phrase. Yes, working with public relations firms to combat the profoundly negative national and local media coverage of the San Francisco doom loop. Engage San Francisco sources to develop a monthly fact sheet with data-driven counter-arguments to every plot point for the press and corporate quarterly calls. How did you quantify success or failure in that approach? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I would like to comment regarding two issues. First, our mayor needs to recuse himself from voting tonight on item 11A. This is because he has a prior working relationship with Ms. Kelly while working for the city of San Francisco and cannot vote impartially. Being impartial means to act, judge, or communicate without bias, prejudice, or favoritism. At the very least, our mayor should have publicly disclosed his prior working relationship with Ms. Kelly to ensure transparency and maintain the public trust. Mayor Tave previously worked with the proposed city manager candidate as documented in the 2020 to 2029 City and County of San Francisco Capital Plan Report. Ms. Kelly submitted the report as San Francisco City Administrator, and in the acknowledgments section of the report, she specifically acknowledges Anthony Tave under the department staff for the San Francisco Police Department. The second issue I want to mention is that the city manager's salary of $305,000. The salary is $40,000 more than what was paid to the previous city manager just 6 months ago. Further, the salary of every other city manager in Contra Costa County, as shown in the report that's in our agenda, Contra Costa residents in all other cities each pay on the average 31 cents per person per year for their city manager. However, with Pinole's proposed $305,000 salary and small size, Every Pinole resident will be paying over $16 per year, which is 52 times more than other cities. Also, there is no benefit to paying more than other cities to achieve the A financial grade. 4 out of the 5 cities that receive the A financial grade in the grand jury report pay less than the $305,000 that Pinole negotiated for our city. That has an F grade in the grand jury report. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Kathy McFarland, Richard Kossel, and Peter Murray.
Good evening. I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. No to the appointment of Naomi Kelly for the city manager. The more research I did on this candidate, the more infuriated I got. It is incomprehensible how she became a vetted candidate to begin with, and then our mayor and council members to even consider her and now want to appoint her as our city manager. You stated it perfectly in your agenda packet. Approve and authorize the mayor to execute the employment for Naomi Kelly to become city manager. You used the right terminology, execute. This will carry out the final death sentence to what is left of Pinole, since the 3 of you, council members Murphy, Sasai, and Mayor Tay, have been making one poor decision after another, destroying our city. The next one coming up is putting cannabis shops in the city. In my research, I found out Naomi Maria Kelly is also an attorney, and her attorney number. She knows the law, supposed to uphold the law, and apparently knows how to get around the law. The city also wants to pay her a ridiculous salary of $305,000 annually, which is $70,000 more than our last city manager. Also, after 6 months, there is a clause showing a merit increase can be considered. It also has a severance package, lump sum equal to 6 months of base salary, $152,500, and auto cell allowance, $665 plus city share, health and benefit premiums. There is no severance package for anyone. No work, no pay. We can't afford it. The city needs to avoid at all costs the appearance of impropriety. Having someone with this close proximity to a major bribery, wire, and bank fraud scandals creates a dangerous vulnerability in public confidence. Her contract reads, purposes of, okay, never mind. History has a tendency to repeat itself, and when self-serving interests are involved, it escalates. The city needs to prioritize public trust and integrity by conducting a new search that is entirely free from an association with corruption.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I am really confused on how you would do a background check and miss an indictment and fail to read the indictment itself. United States of America versus Harlan Kelly and Victor Maracas. Naomi Kelly was not criminally charged in any of the case. However, she was explicitly named as a participant and beneficiary in the mortgage bank fraud. She received indirect benefits and separate bribery, honest services fraud schemes involving Walter Wong. This was a $1.3 million bank loan that she signed. Was a direct participant in the Quicken Loans refinance of the family home. She would co-own the residence, sign the original 2012 $715,000 straight note to Maracas investors, signed the backdated straight note modified May 2014 that falsely inflated the loan balance by $200,000, and that was to pay off our student loans, signed false residential loan applications on October 2014, submitted to Quicken Loans that misrepresented the loan balance and concealed debts. Specific benefits to her were also credit card payoffs, of approximately $32,500 on her JP Morgan Chase card, the $200,000 cash out request that was tied directly to her student loan, and there was a direct text from Harlan Kelly to Macaris that explicitly requested the $200 inflation to pay off the student loan. I don't see how you could have missed. This is amazing that you would have missed this. There was other debt relief. There were equity gains that were fraudulently refinanced. There was a later payment that was excessive. Proceeds covered additional obligations linked to her. That was another $17,000 Chase card service. Let's see. There was the benefits, which were the vacation to Hong Kong, China, and Macau. There was an entire family. It was $2,000 in the with multiple rooms for the hotel, including meals, jewelry, and this is all documented. All the evidence was documented that she was directly involved in this. There was a discount for free construction on her home to $89,000 worth of work for a wine cellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I think we had Peter Murray.
Good evening once again, Mayor, Council. As you recall, the last meeting, I brought my concerns up as being one of the community members, the third one, as to these issues. And I think the thing that I kind of focused on then was the discussion about vetting. And we got a little more of the information in regards to that there was a preliminary vetting, and then there was a more thorough vetting after the fact. But what we were told, and I asked the question specifically, were these, not just one candidate, but all candidates, do we have all the information on them? And I was told they were, and the word was, thoroughly vetted. And it didn't take, as was noted earlier, I didn't do it in 2 minutes. I did it in about an hour. Looking up the information on these candidates, that there was an issue here. And it kind of soured me on what we were doing. But I figured that, I'd hear more about it. We'd be included in the discussions. We'd figure out what staff was deciding, if they were in kind of parallel travel with us and the council. If these things are true, the council should be wise enough to understand that there's going to be, significant backlash on this. And obviously, that wasn't the case. So tonight, I'm just telling you that you're kind of digging yourselves a hole. And I don't know if you're going to get out of it, going down the road here. This isn't something that's just easy. Like I said, it took me an hour, but in that hour, I found out what I needed to know to go back and say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? And then every day since then, all the information's been doing is piling up and piling up and piling up, and it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And then we're kind of going like, one night I sat there and I started making all the connections in my brain. And some of it's been pointed out already. Mr. Tave, Mr. Salimi, our former mayor, and those connections as to how this came about to land here in Pinole. And then, as one person said, this was already a done deal decision. I waited to see what was going on. I figured that sooner or later, you guys had come to reality, and we wouldn't even be talking about this tonight. It's on you. And at this point, and I think if you can't read what's in front of you, it's more the same with Measure D that I spoke about earlier tonight.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Steve Tilton, followed by Emilio Cruz.
Good evening again, Council. I first want to thank the police department for the presentation earlier. Those items are needed, and I'm glad that you guys voted for it. Thank you very much for that. I've sat up there, and it's not nice. You go home, you can't sleep, you have ulcers, threatened with recall, this, that, whatever, or recalled. But the thing is, I ask you to make a legacy vote for this city tonight. We can go back to having a city manager that sits over here that doesn't recognize a sofa sitting in the street for 3 weeks. We can go back to having a city manager when I ask her, why are our 8 DPW guys cleaning toilets and emptying trash bags? And she tells me, well, I don't know. Well, maybe we should have a contract with a janitor. You think? We need someone who is proactive. I think maybe I'm the second highest ranking, well, retired now, as a chief deputy sheriff in San Francisco, behind you, of course. And I'm law enforcement, and I support Naomi Kelly. I got a call today from a chief deputy, Kevin McConnell, who's in charge of our planning and projects, and he's running the FIFA World Cup stuff. And he says, Stephen, you guys are going to snag Naomi? Oh, my God. She's a change agent. He says, tell me how that goes. I go, you know what? I don't go to the council meetings. There's about 7 people that go, or 6 or 5, and it's always no, 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 no. I actually agree with some things that Peter Murray and Debbie Long say. I agree with some of the stuff, fiscally and so forth. Measure D, I was up and down for it. My neighbors were like, oh, I'm going to vote for it, but that's a different thing. I want to tell you, you have a chance to put in place a city manager for continuity, who can be here for many years, who will get things done. I want to see something in the Safeway lot, not we're talking about it. I want to see something in the Kmart lot. I want to see something that's been vacant for 21 years that I've owned my house on Buena Vista Drive at APN, next to APN Liquors. I want to see things happen. I want to have a city manager who has the backs of these employees and they respect. I've talked to city employees, 2 live on my street. I've talked to some of the police and fire. They support her. They can't tell you right now they support her, but they support her. She was the city manager for 40,000 employees. There's nobody that should recuse themselves. 40,000 employees, 27, 28 different departments. When I was the chief deputy at the hospital and Mayor Ed Lee passed away, I was told to go to the 5th floor. The sheriff was coming, and the first person I saw from the city was her. She had a command center, continuity of government, notifying the supervisors, the media, everything. I've seen her in action, and if we get her, this is a legacy vote for you. This is nothing to be ashamed of, and you're not getting recalled. Don't worry about that.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Emilio Cruz. I came primarily for moral support for Naomi, but after hearing the public comment, I felt that I needed to step up and say something. As it was said in the presentation, this is your decision. And while members of this public may have sat on committees and may want to make this decision, all I've heard all night is people come and criticize you for what you do. Then they come and tell you what to do. But I don't see anyone having the courage to sit in the seat that you're sitting in. So I applaud you for being in the seat you are in. I also want to say that I've served on the Board of Education for San Francisco, so I have been in your seat. And I've heard a lot of testimony. And no matter how emotional that testimony is, good public policy is made on facts, not on emotion. Now, people have stepped up here and accused her of things, said it like it was fact, and are dead wrong. There were accusations made. I guarantee you, If she was guilty of these things, the federal government would have convicted her. There was a long investigation, there was a long trial. And while Naomi's name may appear in the newspaper, as newspapers love to sometimes cast a wide net, nothing ever came to her as far as any guilt, whether it was in her public office, whether it was in her private life, none of that. Sure, you could find an article that says something, you could come up here and say it like it's fact, and you would be dead wrong. The last thing I'd like to say is I congratulate Panola on being an extremely diverse community. I look at your numbers and you're basically 1/3 white, 1/3 Latino, 1/3 Asian, and 10% African American. My concern is I don't see that diversity here today. I don't see all of the people of Pinole here making statements to you. I don't know what it is that prevents them from coming forward, or perhaps that they feel comfortable that you're making the right decision, but the minority that I see here today is very emotional, not presenting based on facts, highly critical of you, and I applaud you for sitting in that seat, having the bravery to take on the issues, and I wish you and Pinole all of the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Vincent Salimi.
Good evening. As a former mayor, I know exactly what it is to be on these chairs tonight. I know the heavy burden of making choices that define our city's future. And I know that the most critical decision a council can ever make is choosing a city manager. I've listened closely to the concern raised tonight. In a healthy democracy, skepticism is not just welcome, it is required. But as a public servant and citizens, we also have the responsibility to separate rumor from facts and guilt by association from a person's actual record. Let us address the elephant in the room directly. San Francisco. Naomi Kelly's husband was held accountable for his action, but we do not practice collective punishment in this country, nor do we disqualify brilliant women from public services based on their spouses. The federal government spent years turning San Francisco City Hall inside out with the magnifying glass. Every contract, every email, every meeting was scrutinized. And what did they find regarding Naomi Kelly? Nothing. She was never charged. She was never indicted. When the scandal hit, Naomi exactly did what an ethical, high-ranking executive is supposed to do to protect her organization. She stepped aside so our 2,700 employees could work without the media circus. That was not an admission of guilt. That was a profound act of selfless leadership. Now, let's talk about what Pinole actually needs. We are a city with immense potential, but we face a real structural, financial, and operational challenge. We cannot afford on-the-job training. Naomi Kelly served as a city administrator for nearly a decade, overseeing 25 departments and a massive budget. She has a law degree. She knows how to navigate complex labor negotiations. She streamlined public works and a city bureaucracy and she knows how to deliver to the resident. We are being handed an unprecedented opportunity to hire a world-class executive who has operated at the highest level of municipal government and who is ready to bring that immense expertise here in Pinole. The city council did his job. They vetted her, they interviewed her, and they recognized her extraordinary capability. Let not fear dictate the future of Pinole. Let's judge Naomi Kelly on her merits, her character, and an unmatched record of public service. I strongly urge the city council to stand on their vetting process, finalize this hire, and let's get to work.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
William Horton.
Hello, once again, William Horton, Pinole citizen, and I can make it simple and short for you. For a city that is having a deficit problem, over 300,000 for a salary is just too much. I think you need to start over and go back lower, make it more like 250,000 range, like Hercules, a comparable city. So that's what I would say. You get whoever applies for the job and see who will take it for 250,000. Go with that, and I think you can have enough people to choose from. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The mayor had to step out. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes. Online, we have Anthony Vosbrink. Mr. Vosbrink, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, before you start the time clock on me, why don't we take a breather here until our Mayor Anthony Tave comes back into the room, unless they have audio back in the break room or in the men's room. Can you answer that, please?
Mr. Vosbrink, this is your 3 minutes, so you should continue.
That's not what I asked.
He's back in chambers. Please continue.
Anyway, that being said, I think we have to ask the city council and the mayor, those 3 musketeers there, or the gang of 3, why they voted on her or wanted her appointed to take over the city manager's position at $305,000 a year. How did that salary number come up? Number one. Number two, if she was such a great catch, how come we didn't bag her, as someone said, 1 or 2 years ago when Miss Kelly, the last city manager was round of interviews was being done. And number three, if she was successful in her agency business, why would she want to come to work for a little city of Pinole? Because of the $305,000, or just as another stepping stone so she could polish off her resume to make the next step, like a lot of people we know have done and will do? And I'm speaking directly and indirectly to our city council and the last city manager over in Hercules, et cetera, who jumped ship to Orinda, and the last mayor councilman who moved out of our city to Lafayette. So it was just curious that those things all happen in synchronicity, so to speak, and that I am curious to know.
Mr. Vosbrink, you have 45 seconds.
What some of those reasons are. But like I say, and like other people say, I echo all the other commenters that spoke before me, and I'm half Asian, just like Cameron Sasai. So I take offense with the last gentleman that brought up race. But as Martin Luther King said, you should not be judging people on their color, but on their character. And this lady, Miss Naomi, that you have vetted, she has questionable character, integrity, and other things that should be on her resume. As it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. If it doesn't smell like a rat, looks like a rat.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to council for any questions, comments, or motions. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Well, yes. I'm sorry. I'm so disturbed by comments. Some of the comments. Well, I think we're at a stage where, you know what, Mayor, I am so disturbed by just some of the recent comments. I got to take a pause. I'm sorry.
Understood.
Yep.
I'll go. First of all, I want to thank people for coming out. I also want to note that when the council did their interviews, we were aware of newspaper articles Newspaper articles are not necessarily fact. Indictments are challenges, that somebody, has to be adjudicated. And the case was adjudicated, but our applicant was not party. She was not indicted. She was not convicted. And we based our interviews and our discussions on what the facts are. Newspapers, yes, there was a play-by-play, articles written as the investigation went forward. It's very unfortunate for somebody who has to go through that when a woman especially works so hard on her career and then is judged by her partner. She was not indicted. She was not convicted. She has an excellent resume. She had a very strong interview, actually 2 strong interviews. And then this, I know that the community came to a different conclusion, but she had a different, the staff interviews were very strong in support. And I want to indicate too that the council voted 5-0 to advance her employment. I have a lot of confidence in her to move forward and to help our city address our significant issues that we have. I think once you get to know her, and I know that should her contract get approved, she has a plan for the first 100 days to engage the public, to work through our issues. She's got a heavy load in front of her, and she's up for the challenge. She has had significant challenges such as what we have in front of her. She's had more challenges in her previous employment. And I would like to see all of us come together and support us moving forward as a city and getting behind our city manager, because we can handle these issues, but we have to come together, work together as a team, both the council, the city manager and staff, and the citizens. So basically, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say disappointed to hear folks make a mockery of Dr. King, not just this meeting, but last meeting. I want to read off an excerpt from written correspondence from State Treasurer Fiona Ma, who is also former Assembly Speaker Pro Tem and member of the Board of Supervisors. And one part says, having worked with Naomi for many years, I've witnessed firsthand her ability to navigate complex challenges, build consensus among diverse stakeholders, and achieve meaningful results. She played a key role in supporting and implementing San Francisco's local business enterprise ordinance, helping local businesses participate more fully in public works projects while strengthening economic opportunity through the city. Beyond her impressive professional accomplishments, Naomi is a person of exceptional integrity and character. She leads with humility, treats everyone with respect, and consistently demonstrates sound judgment, accountability, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Fiona Ma, CPA, California State Treasurer. I also want to note, too, that I was on the subcommittee to negotiate the employment agreement, and after taking some of the input from our local unions into consideration on the current employment agreement, we have struck out the section around the 3% COLA. So just want to thank the applicant for being amenable there. And again, wanted to highlight the 5-0 unanimous vote out of the closed session. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, Mayor, first of all, I just want to say thank you to the residents for making your voices heard. I think there is so much pride in the value of public comment. And I also want to acknowledge that, I've said this before, that making public comment is not necessarily making fact. And so it's really important that we as a community acknowledge that part of diversity and equity and inclusion is also recognizing being uncomfortable with not knowing information and knowing that perhaps we are using some of our bias in our commentary. So as I was saying, I was a bit disturbed by just comments about about things that folks are saying or characterizing about a person they have not met before. And as honestly, Councilmember Toms, you said it so eloquently, like this council decided 5-0 to move her forward. And it was because of due diligence. It was because of working with partners like Bob Hall and Associates. And it was also because we listened to residents throughout this entire process to make this possible. Ms. Kelly is actually in the audience now and had to hear comments like that as she has done her due diligence to really just be honest and truthful about the situation at hand. What's in the media is not always fact. I'm truly disturbed, but I'm also at the same time, I guess I'm inspired because I know that Ms. Kelly has done and has spoken to her experience in previous worlds where I know that some of essentially the work that we have ahead is work that she is really, really about. I want to encourage audience members and folks who might not have met her to meet her. I want to encourage you to acknowledge that this is a person who wants to come into the city and make Pinole better, a world of fiscal management experience, a world of economic experience, a world of experience to repave roads, which we heard tons of feedback over the last couple of years on. She's done it. She's accomplished it. And in fact, our staff supported her moving forward as well. And so I just want to acknowledge that there are so many things about the new folks who are coming into our city that sometimes actually might surprise us and get us a little scared, but this is a moment for us to check ourselves and also think about what could be possible with someone with like Ms. Kelly's resume backing the work that we need to do as a city and as a council. And when you see her resume and the staff report, I would be remiss if I wasn't inspired. It is absolutely incredible. And Mayor, I'm truly at this point, I'm happy to make a motion. You probably have comments, but I'm absolutely supportive of this employment agreement.
I just have to say, thank you to everybody that came out and made comments. There's not much more I can say that hasn't already been said. I think to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Toms, that was very well said. And I think it represented the sentiment across the council. I think moving forward, I would just encourage the community to engage the new city manager, have those discussions. And yes, they may be difficult discussions, but we have difficult things ahead of us. And I feel that based on merit, based on credibility, and based on the extensive experience that Naomi has is why I'm supporting her as our next city manager. I know that she can ferry us through difficult times. She's done it over and over in other agencies. So we'll entertain a motion from the council if there's no other comment or questions.
Mayor, I'll move approval to I move to approve and authorize the mayor to execute the employment agreement for Naomi Kelly to become the city manager as per staff recommendation in the adopted in the resolution, excuse me.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Murphy, second by Sasai. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Noting for the record that Councilmember Martinez-Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Tave.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to old business item 11B.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council tonight. Second item of old business is the revised proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget. I want to thank the City Council and Finance Subcommittee for their leadership and guidance to see this item brought forth with a balanced budget. I want to thank the management staff for very hard and difficult recommendations to reach a more balanced budget than in years past. Nobody wants to implement cuts to departmental budgets, including freezing positions, programs, and projects. But as you may recall our discussion in the last meeting, it comes down to must-haves, should-haves, and nice-to-have. Even after the cuts recommended tonight, there are still looming challenges with ongoing CalPERS retirement and retiree medical costs. Finalizing the annexation discussions with Confire is also a huge budgetary impact for the benefit of Pinole. Any program enhancements or cuts reduced tonight and in the future will mean a larger yellow brick road to address now and impact the potential response to the civil grand jury. With the finance director here, I will be presenting the item. Okay. So hopefully we can see the presentation. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Okay, so the introduction. The proposed general fund budget is balanced with revenues and expenditures of approximately $30 million. The proposed budget incorporates a number of budget balancing measures and does not have the capacity for increased expenditures at this time without reducing in another category. And later on, we'll lay out the yellow brick road model to provide a pathway for long-term fiscal sustainability. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, budgets are a zero-sum game. If you have more revenues, you can have more expenditures, if you're just looking individually at expenditures, if you have more expenditures in one category, you have to reduce in another to keep it balanced. So we try and work all of this together, listening to obviously council direction, community input, staff input, putting it all together in sort of a Rubik's Cube and try and come out with a balanced budget. Next slide. So looking at the major revenue and expenditure trends, and I think this is something as we get to the yellow brick road in a few slides, something to really look at. For this year, from 25-26 to 26-27, as you look at this table, the upper couple rows are revenues, then you have the major expenditures below it. You're looking at about a $750,000 year-over-year growth in revenue. Now you go down to the expenditures, the main categories. You had about a $300,000 growth in salaries, a $750,000 a year benefit growth, and that's CalPERS and some of those other costs, retiree medical. So that alone, just the benefits, ate your revenue growth in 1 year. You also had an increase in the contract with Confire of $400,000, and county contracts only grew by $30,000. I think, and it was brought up, I believe, at the last mayor's conference, the animal services contract continues to grow at a very rapid pace. So I think it may be more than 30 in years upcoming. When you, if you look back a few years, you have, you really do see the benefit growth, and that is something that, as I mentioned, will be a challenge going forward with the new city manager and this council. Next slide, please. So the timeline, January, February, the finance subcommittee, you have budget planning, mid-year sort of wrapping up and presented. March is where you really start seeing dollars, and in the staff side, oftentimes it's 7 figures. You have a couple $1 million, a little bit higher than you want, and you've got to figure out how to cut and pare. And you'll see sort of an evolution. April, it hopefully starts getting a little bit tighter, and we have a few slides coming up that'll demonstrate this, but in May, you really hammer down on how do you get this balanced, and then June, we're here now. So next slide. So in March, there was a $4 million deficit, and this is where the council asked staff to look at a 3%, a 6%, and 10% reduction to try and give some direction and also some information to be analyzed throughout the general fund departments. And we then went into the next slide, which really brought us into May, and we were kind of struggling on how to get there, and do we do a soft landing? And we were in the beginning of May in the finance subcommittee, and the mayor said, what would 6% give you? Let's just look at this 6% and do it, and let's see where the numbers are. Because we were looking at a $4.2 million deficit, and we're looking at, we could do $1 million of 3% reductions. There's the $1 million in the fire annexation, but we still had this large number to tackle. And so with the 6%, we quickly pulled out all our spreadsheets and really started attacking the budget, and each department really did a wonderful job. And that led us to last meeting in June, our next slide, where we whittled down $1.5 million in departmental expenditure reductions, so real reductions, and we'll get into the civil grand jury's recommendations in a little bit. Fire department annexation, just the personal revenue that should be coming into Pinole or be credited, however it needs to be worked out with the county. We do have a recommended use of the UAL 115 trust interest earnings only, and it's not all of the interest that's earned year after year, but using that for Pinole Fire liabilities for retirees, because that is an ongoing legacy cost that does impact the community. Removing the 3% cost of living wage increase, and at the time, potentially reducing the PCTV revenue to expenditures to match revenues. That gave us a $50,000 shortfall. The council looked at that and said, we're not happy with the PCTV reduction. We'd like to add a senior lunch day back and remove city council interns for next year. One other highlight I want to say in this 6% departmental expenditure reductions, it did include one position being frozen at the time, and that was a police officer. That is vacant now, and working with the chief, she identified one position only. Next slide, please. And so when we restored PCTV, the senior lunch, and removed the city council interns, we had a larger number that we had to whittle down, and got right at it on June 3rd, pulling out the spreadsheets again. And want to thank Public Works and PD especially to try and make this work. Public Works looked across their entire department on certain employees that should be billing against projects versus general fund. Appropriate use is a standard, but most of the modifications were 5% because there are quite a few employees. So it doesn't take much to get to $235,000. Police chief's probably not overly happy with me, but she did realize right now to meet some of the demands in what I would recommend a temporary freeze, if you will, a CSO and police records specialist, a community service officer and police records specialist, and model that with openings that happen over time during the fiscal year. When one of those opens in a different department that can handle a little bit more workload, you then transfer that savings over to a frozen position, whether that's the officer, the community service officer, or the records specialist, and get that out and filled as fast as you can. And then there was a question on June 2nd by the mayor, what kind of room do we have? If we go a little bit above the 50,000. And working with the finance director, and this is a question that Mr. Menace had asked as well, how did we come up with 65,000? When we looked at the attrition and we looked over 5 years for just the police department, because you have turnover, whether it's people laterally transferring out or retiring, or if they have to unfortunately take a medical leave, there was about $500,000 consistently a year of salary savings. We did not add the benefit component, which is 26% of that. That would be $130,000. But we were frankly leaving that just in case, because we had 3 positions open. Would that cost some overtime? Would that have other impacts? So we wanted to provide a little bit of flexibility there. And as we looked at it, we said, okay, what if we take half of that 130 and still leave a little bit extra if there is an overtime or some kind of impact? And then finally, we were at negative 179, and unfortunately, the new city manager left, but I took $400 out of our budget for next year to put us into the positive of 221. Again, this is really pushing the levels. The staff, we've already talked about how to monitor monthly to stay on top of these numbers. This is about as close as you can come without looking at layovers, furloughs, those kind of impacts. And what I would like to sort of recommend before we get to the Yellow Brick Road here, look at, the next 2 months, going forward with the approval, having community meetings, talking about the civil grand jury and that, but also after about 2 months, the new city manager will have a much better feel for the budget, just like it took me about 2 months to get a good idea of what's going on. She, I'm sure, will have some great ideas on what may be another way to get some money back into the system, if you will, if there are some items that you're looking at. There's some events that are being impacted. There's other activities and programs that you all may want to sit down as part of a strategy session or even a workshop to say, all right, staff, do we have maybe room for $50,000? And we can talk about programming that back in. And so just wanted to lay that out as a continuing discussion as we look at the next slide and the ever popular Yellow Brick Road. So what you have here is really a look at the next 10 years. I do want to look at the finance director, and I believe it's 2037 is when the pension obligation bonds go away.
2036.
Oh, even better. And that number, even though we're looking at revenues right now, that is about $900,000 a year?
It's actually about $650,000 a year.
I thought it was 900 by the time.
2006 pension obligation bonds?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Either
It's
way.
actually shown, it's shown on the next.
Okay, see, this is why she's in charge of the numbers. What is really nice here, if you look at the revenues and the property taxes, sales taxes, all work with our different consultants. So we feel really strongly that these numbers are pretty well dialed in, and obviously every year you go through, you double check them. When I brought up cannabis probably 2 months ago, every 3 years you would like to have a new revenue. And if that's cannabis, if the community's behind it, great, and the council's behind it, great. A hotel, something that can help absorb what may be COLA cost, because when you go to the next slide on expenditures, we're programming 1% raises across year after year. That is certainly hard to keep up with inflation and the others. But you unfortunately need to have the revenues to do it. Otherwise, again, you're cutting programs or people. So that's a balancing act that will happen over the next 10 years as you go through this. And there's the debt service item 481 on the expenditures that the finance director was talking about. And I'll try and bail myself out by saying 887,500 in 2036.
Yes.
So I knew there was close to 900 somewhere in there. But in 2037, when that goes away, you now have another 900,000 to play with in your budget. So a lot of times budgets are, bridges for 3 to 5 years and 3 to 5 years. And so, in 10 years, you've got a good number in there. When we go to the next slide, we come up with our yellow bricks. And what you'll see on the third column, 2027F, the second one, is the $4.2 million structural deficit. The department expenditure cuts we came up with, the fire annexation with Confire property tax numbers, all of those, the 490 with the 3% cost of living increase, the public works positions. If the council and the staff brings to you those numbers as set, so you don't go back and suddenly reallocate, you change the positions back. When you feed that above the line, that takes the 4.284, if you will, to 1,069,000, as you can see in the 28F. So that's about a $3.2 million in cuts or reallocations that's being proposed here. That's your new number of structural work that needs to happen. The officer, community services, and police record specialist you see in that 28F column are bracketed because they're returned or unfrozen. That means you have to come up with an $830,000 yellow brick road to solve 12 months from now. Now, if you froze those positions or similar positions to that in those amounts, you'd have a $420,000 yellow brick road to solve. What I guess I'm trying to emphasize here is this is a solvable problem. It's a manageable type numbers, but it takes a lot of discipline by the staff to stay on this every month and report to the council and the community through finance subcommittee and other workshops as you all deem you want to make sure that these numbers are being hit. If you look at the 29F and you see 701 next to the 830, that means your revenue growth is exceeding your expenditures by almost 130,000. And so that's where, again, if you hold the 830 continuously, you start seeing the revenues exceed. And so that's the whole premise behind the yellow brick road is how do we constantly work and look at if it's new expenditures or revenue, creating that balanced budget year after year. And I did want to touch on then real quickly the recommendations from the civil grand jury, just highlight real quickly. R1 is developing future operating budgets. The council should require structurally balanced annual budget. That's what we're recommending through the yellow brick road, a way to give you a format to get there. During future budget development cycles, this is R2, council considered directing staff to prepare an operating budget that includes expenditure reductions. You have that in $3.2 million this year that the council is considering. By fiscal year 27-28, the council should consider adopting a formal long-term financial plan that includes the expenditure reductions. That's what, again, yes, thank you. I will correct that one. And then R4, considering developing methods to engage the Pinole residents. Certainly, we will start that in with a future agenda item in July and going forward. R5 is considering developing a plan to fund and reconstruct Pinole's roads. In the city manager comments and what you've approved in the consent items, you have almost $2 million worth of road work starting in July. You'll have an additional $3 million starting most likely in August or September at the latest. So again, this council and community is actively trying to resolve these items. And then finally, R6 is consider directing staff to review funding options such as asset sales. And there are asset sales on this agenda that also can be looked at as well. So with that, I want to go to the recommendation and do want to correct a note here and thank Councilmember Toms. We are recommending the City Council receive the updated version of the revised proposed budget, provide direction on any changes, direct staff to prepare the final proposed budget for adoption on June 23rd, 2026. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. We'll take some questions from council. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Interim City Manager Evans, as well as Director Guillory for this report. And I'm glad to see a balanced budget in front of us. I do appreciate your work on this. One of the questions I had, I think you just answered it, Interim City Manager Evans, is the proceeds from sale of property. On slide 10, you have $1,000. Am I looking at that right? Per year, starting this year. Is that just a placeholder? What does that mean?
That's for smaller ticket items, just in normal operations. For example, if it's scrapping old furniture or things like that.
Okay.
So that is not related to any major property sales.
Got it. Okay, gotcha. And so any property sales or considerations that haven't gone through the approval of the council at this point are not integrated into the current budget forecast or the budget proposal today.
That's
Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And then just the last question, just so I'm understanding, I'm familiar with the Rodeo and Hercules Fire annexation process. The budget that we're seeing in front of us is assuming that we would go through several steps in the next couple of months to make that possible. Is that the assumption that would happen, that this would go on the ballot in November?
Yes, sir, with a little caveat. We've been working first with Chief Bouchard and now Chief McAllister, and working with the county to identify, instead of by contract, a full annexation, which frankly reduces some of the exposure of a contractual cost that the county runs into with their COLAs. and it's then comes out of the property tax revenue share that the city gets.
Okay.
It is something that the county has talked about, including LAFCO, liking to, would be open to having an implementation by January 1 if we can hit the timelines.
Awesome, thank you. And just the last question is, what would hold us back from approving the budget today? I see this as a great budget proposal, and I'm just wondering, what are you all, what would hold us back from approving budget today?
So you don't have the full budget document in front of you. So
Oh,
the
like
actual
the
budget
actual
document,
budget,
yes.
okay.
So
That
there's
makes sense.
a lot of work that goes just behind putting that document together and making
sure.
sure that our system is all updated.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. What we typically have.
Yep.
That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, we'll look for public comment. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. It looks like we have Debbie Long and Rafael Menes.
Seems like former Mayor Long is not in the room. Maybe we can come back. Mr. Menes?
So some of my questions were answered over the course of the presentation. I'd like to thank Interim City Manager Evans for addressing those. In particular, I wasn't quite clear how the $830,000 value of a yellow brick road matched up with the $701,000 and all the various other bits fitting together. I did have a few questions, though. Let's see if I can grab them again. Right. So digging back in a bit to the modify attrition topic, you mentioned that basically you were erring on the side of being conservative with that calculation, but the actual attrition value was roughly double what you're crediting here. Still nowhere near enough to meet the gap if we're reinstating the frozen positions in future years, but something nonetheless. My question's related to actually the 115 trust values, because originally we were trying to get down closer to zero there, I think, but it looks like we still have withdrawals like 868,000, 600 this year, going off of the correction memo values there, about 647,000 the next year, 682,000 the year after that, 716,000 the year after that. So basically, and this is maybe more a question for the finance director, I don't know, but how much of an impact is that going to have on the carry forward balance of the 115 trust? Are we still primarily drawing down the interest there? Or are we starting to impact the principal going at those levels? And then I guess my final set of questions is, what other sorts of cuts would get to 830,000 if we're not talking about frozen positions and we're taking all the cuts that are being made in the current year as basically continuing on forward indefinitely, and we're assuming no new revenue sources for whatever reason. People don't like the cannabis idea, people don't want a new sales tax or a real property transfer tax or any of the other various taxes that have been mentioned over the years. I know that this is asking to look a bit farther in the future than maybe you're comfortable with, but what sorts of things could get you to that 830,000 number or the 701,000 number over time? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. City Manager, want to?
Sure. If I could, through the mayor. On the 115 trust, that is covered through interest only earnings, if you will. The real goal there, and it depends on working with the county, if the percentage of cost when the first year of the contract with Confire, if that percentage was carried forward in the negotiations with the county, there'd be an additional $600,000 in play, which ideally would then cover 100% of the Pinole retirees. That's sort of the goal that we're trying to establish. If not, working with the finance director, our strong recommendation to the council is to make sure it's interest only and never touching principal. And if it does, then we have to figure out something else to bring to you. Because we certainly heard and realize that principle is really there for a real rainy day, not just sort of misting, if you will. And so that's at least the conversations that I've had with the finance director. And then filling the gap, I think that is probably evaluating, if you're not having other revenues come in, it will be evaluating the staffing prioritization and looking at workload. There may be, when openings happen, you may not refill those at the time until you have revenues to justify it. And that's how you'll fill the gap.
Okay, are there any other public comment?
Kim Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor Tave, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, council members, and Interim City Manager Evans. My name is Kim Anderson, and I'm the business agent for AFSCME Local 512. The city has asked the council to provide, or the council has asked the city to provide direction on the budget. I have some suggestions on what I think you may want to consider providing that direction around. In the 7 years that I've been representing AFSCME Local 512 and working with the city, I have seen the city add a number of management positions. Those management positions are not doing the boots on the ground work of providing city services that residents rely on. And in some cases, those managers are delegating their work to those staff that do the boots on the ground work. Our members cannot afford to live in this city. You continue to price them out when you approve creation of management positions and overpay those managers in some cases. And you also are doing a harm to the residents of this city by not prioritizing the positions that are providing those services that the residents need. You heard from one commenter tonight that he doesn't watch PCTV and he doesn't know anyone who does. You also heard from several other commenters that they do and that they rely on that service to know what's happening in the city, and their neighbors do as well. There's also been recent surveys on PCTV that have shown the same thing. The new city manager was amenable to you striking the 3% COLA next year from her employment agreement. That's really good to hear. I'm really glad that she was open to that. I think that her first challenge when she starts is to be looking at other ways that management can cut their budgets and their salaries rather than cutting them from PCTV and from asking employees to pay for their own COLA through furloughs. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to council. Speaker, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to thank council and staff for making a difficult, but making a new proposed budget for tonight. I'd like to thank and request that we continue to consider employees who are presently employed as opposed to the vacant positions. While I do know that's difficult, I do appreciate, and we all appreciate, those that may be facing layoffs, maybe perhaps being preserved before we think about filling some of those vacancies. I'd also like to appreciate and take the opportunity to look forward to an opportunity to find the solutions to some of these matters that we're facing with PCTV with our new city manager. So again, thank you, and please let's keep this momentum in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please. I think
That concludes
that
public
concludes-
comment.
Okay, bringing it back to council. Are there any questions, comments, concerns? So we would, I guess, motion to move forward with, entertain a motion?
I'm happy to move forward as is. I don't think there's much direction I can provide personally, but Mayor.
Okay, I'll second.
It looks like the action is to receive report. Are we good with direction, City Manager Evans? Okay, yeah, I think we're okay.
All right. Okay.
And can this come back on consent next week?
That is our intent.
Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I just want to make one comment and just thank staff and the city manager. I know this wasn't easy. I do look forward to our new fiscal year to have further discussion on several of the issues that were presented. I do feel like this is us presenting a balanced budget, which is a good thing and a good starting point as we move forward. So thank you. So let's go ahead and move on to new business, item 12A. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's new business item is approval of a purchase and sale agreement by and between the City of Pinole and American Postal Infrastructure, APIF, for the sale of property located at 2101 Pear Street, the post office. Lily Whalen, the Community Development Director, is here with a presentation. Lily.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I hope to make this a relatively short presentation for you this evening.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
If I could, perfect, thank you. Wonderful. So tonight we'll be presenting the proposed sale of the post office property at 2101 Pear Street, right next door to us here. So I'm going to first walk through the background here. So the property, the city has leased the property to the United States Postal Service since 1960, with updates to the lease agreement in 2000, 2014, and most recently extended the lease to 2030. In fall of last year, the American Postal Infrastructure, or APFI, approached the city with the intent, with interest in purchasing the property. APFI specializes in long-term government lease facilities and maintains existing uses at those facilities. They intend to keep the building operating as the Pinole Post Office under the current lease terms. And the negotiated purchase price is $902,500. Next slide, please. So the parcel to be sold includes most of the City Hall parking lot, we discovered. And so that sits on the same legal parcel as the post office parcel. So to maintain the parking lot for City Hall, a lot line adjustment is required. This adjustment would be recorded at closing, so the parking lot area stays with City Hall, and that would be regardless of whether or not the sale proceeds to clean up that the parking lot being on the wrong property. Next slide, please. So at closing, the APFI would assume the existing USPS lease. The lease end date remains August 31st of 2030. There would be no changes to post office operations, zoning, or land use. And from a community perspective, services will continue exactly as they do today. Next slide, please. So in March of 2026, the Planning Commission reviewed the sale to determine general plan consistency, which is required by state law. The Commission adopted a resolution confirming that the sale is appropriate for the site. The PQI land use designation supports the post office use, and the sale does not alter any development standards on site. Next slide, please. Regarding environmental review, this action is exempt from CEQA, as the sale does not authorize new construction or physical damage, and there's no potential for environmental impact from the sale. Next slide, please. So with regards to the fiscal impact, there's three different buckets here. So the first is our current situation, We receive annually $95,003 in lease revenue. Annual maintenance costs average about $35,000 annually, and that includes routine service calls by staff, HVAC repairs, filters, door replacement recently, and then painting that we did recently that was annualized to come up with that $35,000 figure. So the net revenue annually is approximately $59,000, $60,000 annually. So in the future outlook, the building is over 60 years old. We anticipate that there will be some major capital needs expected in the future, including a roof replacement, HVAC, life cycle costs, and then general rehabilitation of the facility, which would be the responsibility of the city to perform. And these costs are not currently budgeted. So the sale option provides a one-time revenue of over $900,000. It eliminates the ongoing maintenance, future capital liability, but it also ends the annual revenue stream that we receive. And so ultimately the council should weigh the modest annual net revenue against the significant one-time capital infusion. Next slide, please. And so with that, we are recommending that you adopt the resolution approving the purchase and sale agreement with APFI, California LLC, and this includes authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. And then the lot line adjustment, as I mentioned, would be recorded at closing. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions, and the city attorney is as well.
Great. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Thoms.
Yeah, I have a question, and I apologize for not asking it during the previous item, but the annual revenue, lease revenue, are we budgeting for that for next fiscal year?
That has been removed.
It has been removed, okay.
Just in anticipation of.
Okay, so if we, so is it possible to place the sales proceeds into the 115 trust without impacting the, negatively impacting the budget for next year that we just are moving forward with?
You are correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members? Right, seeing none, we'll move to public comment.
There are no.
Rafael Menace.
A brief comment for this one. I went ahead and submitted it in writing ahead of the meeting to Lloyd Whalen and Eric Kasher, and he said I should state it at the council meeting, so I'm doing that. I'd like to note that attachment C, the signed declaration for the Planning Commission report, is incorrect. I voted in favor of the motion, and you can see that on the meeting minutes for the March 23rd Planning Commission meeting on page 5, line 12. So just wanted to make sure that that was noted for the record. I know you can't edit it because it's been signed by the chair and all that, but just wanted to make sure that was accurate because I don't like inaccuracies and, want to make sure everything's correct there. I also had sort of a follow-up question that came up after Councilmember Thoms mentioned the potential of adding the money into the 115 trust. Is there any particular difference between adding that money in versus using the money and not withdrawing money from the 115 trust? Is there any practical impact, or is that just roughly even out one way or the other? Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. City Manager, do you want to? I know that's probably going to require some analysis.
Yeah, I think I'd like to give a much more formal response than
right.
Left pocket, right pocket kind of descriptions.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, bringing it back to council for a motion or for any questions, comments. Councilmember Sasai, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm in support of this. I think main thing for me is just the risk involved as time moves, where there may be some repairs necessary that are major for that building that's over 60 years old. That can definitely take away from our ability to address issues that I'm sure the community has voiced over and over again, which is our roads and other deferred maintenance issues. So appreciate Councilmember Tom's ideas in terms of where the one-time revenue could go to. I'm not sure if that's something that we can decide here tonight, but looking forward to the continued discussion about where those proceeds can go towards. Thanks.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the purchase and sale agreement by and between the City of Pinole and the American Postal Infrastructure for the sale of the property located at 2101 Pear Street and deposit the sales proceeds into the 115 Trust.
Okay, I'll second. Madam Clerk?
I think-
Was there any question or discussion?
That's
okay.
that is a different motion. Maybe we should have a larger discussion. Is that part of the motion? Or, excuse me, is that part of the staff recommendation, or is that just something you're throwing out here now?
I threw that out just now, to modified the motion to include it. I have talked briefly with the city manager about it.
Okay. Can we have that come back to the council before we decide? We didn't even get figures on that yet. The staff recommendation tonight is simply to approve the purchase and sale agreement and then authorize the city manager to execute said
I'm
purchase
trying
and sale.
I'm trying to address issues that have been brought up by the grand jury.
Likewise.
As far as, some of our long-term sustainability. And if we deposit the sales proceeds into the 115 Trust, that shows that we're making progress in their findings. If we turn around and withdraw it again to cover fiscal year, or, this same or similar amount to cover fiscal year 26, 27, it still goes through that process.
Right, and Councilmember Thomas, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the idea of moving it to Section 115 Trust. I'm saying that we didn't, as a council, talk about it, and one of the findings is also to include the community in said process of figuring it out. So I'm not saying, I don't know how the council feels about this motion yet because we haven't voted on it, but I'm insisting that we don't move on something that we haven't talked about as a council yet, and really just perhaps just bring it back to us at a future date. I mean, it could be next council meeting if we move forward with this. I just don't want to jump the gun on. I think we have the same goal of addressing the court's findings, but I think we also need to address all of them as we think about the solutions. And one of them is to include the
I'm just trying to save staff time on doing another staff report to direct funds into a place that we can direct them now with a motion.
Okay, gotcha. So how do we integrate the community input there? Because there's a finding.
I brought it up before the public hearing. We didn't have any comments. Well, we had one comment, Mr. Menace.
There's no one in the chambers.
But we still have an active meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just my point. I'm trying to save staff time, address the grand jury, and direct staff to deposit the sales proceeds into the 115 Trust.
Okay.
Councilmember Sasai, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm supportive of the resolution that's attached here, and I think as it relates to again where the one-time revenue should be going to, I think again looking forward to a broader discussion about where really these one-time revenues from sales of properties, maybe standardizing across the board, so we're not deciding this property, the sale price of this property goes to this fund and this fund and this fund, but rather we have a more broader discussion about how we should approach all of these one-time revenues.
Thank you, Councilmember Sai. I think we have a motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and vote for.
Okay. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
No.
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion fails.
So I just want to move approval of the purchase and sale agreement by and between the City of Pinole and American Postal Infrastructure for the sale of property, and also authorize the city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement.
I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Noting that Councilmember Martinez Rubin is absent. Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Tafe?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And Mayor, just a question on the process next step.
Mhm.
Given the questions of the audience members, but also the suggestion by, I think, the council to talk about that, what does staff see as the next steps in terms of discussing the sale of this property if this does go and is approved and executed, the proceeds from that?
Ideally, you could have it as a component addressing the civil grand jury discussion, and I think it probably, I haven't looked at the latest property list, but you could even include other properties owned and controlled by the city of Pinole in a quick discussion, saying, if one of these, like this one, you could highlight that.
Okay, gotcha. And I do just want to note that I think the idea is a great idea. We should also consider, again, the findings and recommendations also suggested we should be reaching out to the community as we're making these decisions. So I just want to note that as well, because that's important.
Okay, moving on to item 13, our second citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard cards? Okay, anything online? No? All right, so we'll go ahead and move to item 14, adjournment. We are now ready to adjourn the meeting to the special city council meeting of June 23rd in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you, everyone.